Alright, sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. So, after a cracking 3 rounds, what we've had so far with anything, if that's anything to go by, then I mean, this one's going to be one to go down into the history book. So, I hope you're doing well on this fine Sunday. That is the 30th of August, 2020. Thank you for joining us here at simbroadcast.tv. Welcome one and all to the fourth and final round of Open Endurance Cup 5, the season finale. Coming to you from Blackwood, historic reverse, 3.3 kilometres, 2.1 miles, only 6 corners. And we've got 160 laps of racing coming your way at 5 o'clock. Just waiting for the intro to finish and we'll jump straight into qualifying. The cars are already out on track at the moment. Tell you a little bit more information about the series when we get underway. But my name is Jack. I'm joined today by Chris Ford, and I was going to be joined by Peter Butcher, but regrettably he's just going to be watching in the background as well. So, Chris, what are you looking forward to for round number 4 of Open Endurance Cup 5?
People had lapping at Kyoto at times. I think we're going to see more of that today. The differences in the class are around about 5 seconds a lap, it appears as though, in the initial phases of the qualifying session. So that means that during 160 laps of this race, we will definitely get lapping between the cars, and especially if a quicker car, the XFR UFR, catches the LX6s or the FZ5s or the RACs in the twisty infield section, it's going to be virtually impossible for them to get past. So I expect it to be very, very close between the front runners again in those classes, but it should be very interesting to see who comes through the lap traffic without injury or incident. And I think I think it would be worse if we had the chicane layout, but thankfully we do not. We have the long blast down the back straight into the hairpin. So it'll be interesting to see how well everybody copes with the inevitable traffic demands of this track.
So before we get underway with the qualifying coverage, I'll just take a moment to talk you through the series standings as they are at the moment. So all the information about everything that we need to know about this round is on your screen at the moment. You can see there the minimum pit stop times on the right, but we'll go through them in greater detail probably during the race as well. First up, the driver standings. As you can see, one of the Takahashis for the Akagi Red Suns currently leading the individuals championship. Inferno for Cruise God in P number 2, with Lacko, who unfortunately cannot be here today in the LRF class in P number 3. So the championship for the individual driver standings is on the line and will be decided here at Blackwood today. So we've got I think we've got 3 pages of driver standings, which just goes to show how many drivers have entered this series. Moving on from the individual drivers championship standings, we have the team standings, of course. Again, very tightly packed as well, with the Akagi Red Suns and Cruise God both fighting for that title. Finally, we have the individual class standings, and as you can see with the NGTR class, we have again the Akagi Red Suns and Cruise God leading the way. Moving over to the LRF class, again we've got LFS Hungary with Lacko behind the wheel of that LX6. He's won every single race so far, but unfortunately cannot be present today. Talking a little bit about the classes now. The class structure is as follows. So, the NGTR class, the UFR and the XFR, both similar but very different cars. And then in the LRF class, the FZ5, the RAC and the LX6. Again, we'll talk a little bit more about that later on, but let's jump into qualifying, shall we?
Well, at the moment, Jack, there seems to be a relatively close battle for pole position at the top of the UFR XFR gap, as you kind of expect. Inferno and Takahashi within a tenth of a second of each other. 1 minute 13.94 is the current pole position, whereas that's Inferno on the pole at the moment, the only man into the 1 minute 13s. So that kind of shows you how close they're going to be today, I think, Jack.
Yeah, so one of the Takahashis for the Akagi Red Suns, again, just a tenth of a second behind the race leader. As we had, well, I mean, for everybody in the NGTR class, at least within half a second of each other, all 8 cars have set that time. Actually, that's the interval between one another. That's me getting confused. That's the gap to the leader there. So 3.27 seconds separates P8 from P1, and is that Iltrida there? Number 77 down in P15, out qualified at the moment by 6 LRFs. So again, track's very short, only 6 corners in total. 3.3 kilometers, 2.1 miles, and only 16 cars have set times. But that is enough cars to be on track right now to get in your way.
Yeah, you mentioned Iltrida. I've been watching him a little bit. He's been having issues with traffic on every single lap. He's having to let other cars go through. He's been very, very nice at the moment. So I expect he'll be able to get a clean run in soon. But it seems to be a relatively similar split between the XFR and the UFR and the LX6s and that kind of the LRF category. That was what I was looking for. LRF, I need to remember that. The LRF category today. So the lapping, as I said earlier, will be very interesting to see how everybody adapts to that. Takahashi just coming to complete a lap. Will it be an improvement? It will. A 1:13.62 to rest pole position away from Inferno by 0.3 of a second, Jack, and a personal best from one of the Takahashi clan.
And again, as soon as they set that lap, straight into the pits and straight out again, so definitely utilising all the time that they have available in qualifying. We'll jump on board with them as they do their out lap. My apologies for the lack of a car there.
It's very interesting watching what Inferno also did at the final corner. That caught my eye. He was using all of the runoff that you have into that final corner that leads into the pit lane to get a straighter exit out onto that blasting straight. So he's on a lap just now. I always think the UFR looks very entertaining at Blackwood when they use all the curb on the entrance to turn number 5, it will be at the moment. The curb is so big there, the UFR is swallowed up by it, and it always looks a little bit strange. As Inferno comes to the final corner, is he going to be able to get near his pole position, or to be able to take back pole position with Takahashi? 1 minute 13.62 is the time to beat. His current best is 3 minute 13.94, and he comes up to the line, and 1:13.68. These two just cannot be separated.
So you can see that tiny gap to the leader now, just over half a tenth. That car needs to find. As Ayub is currently on provisional pole for the LRF class with a 1 minute 18.25. He's got about 0.4 of a second to the car behind him. Team Up Racing's nobody. Some enthusiastic tyre warming going on from the number 75 Inferno there for Cruise God. And into number 5 onto the back straight. Not a very long outlap here, not a lot of time for drivers to get temperatures into their tyres, but that's one way to do it.
Yeah, you can fairly see the black marks on the back straight at the moment with all the tyre warming from the UFR. It's very Fernando Alonso-esque in the old Renault days, lifting the front wheels off of the with the violent tyre warming techniques.
It looks like Inferno there, setting himself up for the perfect run out of the final corner. Slingshot himself down the straight, giving himself the maximum top speed he can achieve across the start-finish line to attempt to take at least 6/100ths of a second off of the time he set already, which is 1 minute 13.68. And try and get into pole position, but you can see the car jumping out of the pits there. Hopefully that doesn't hinder him too much. Not necessarily physically, but just as a reference. Sometimes you don't want anybody coming out of the pits in front of you. You might hesitate to hit the same marks as you would otherwise. You see just a little bit wide of the apex curb through that right-hander that is turn 3 there before the double left with a little bit of a straight in between as they abort their lap and call it a day. But again, 6 minutes and 38 seconds roughly remaining in qualifying. That's enough for at least another 3 runs, I would have said.
Well, I mean, it depends on how long you want to sit at the final corner for, like Inferno was doing there. Maybe 2. I noticed that nobody was doing the same tactic, and they were sort of sitting honking each other for a while to see who would go first. Aube still on pole position in the LX6 with 118.25, but Patrick Hinka has taken the gap down to just over 0.2 of a second in the LRF class.
Michael's had a bit of an issue there on the outside of turn number 1. We jump to keep an eye on the man in P6 at the moment. Fastest, a 1 minute 15.39.
Aube is coming into the final corner at the moment, so let's see if he can improve his current pole position. His current lap is a 1 minute 18.25. As he comes out of the hairpin and rises up this right and left hill. As I watch him now coming toward the line, and oh, it's a slow lap. Well, I should probably notice that before. It was a warm-up lap. 1:23.55 would put you last there. So no, that wasn't an improvement, of course.
Who else is out on track at the moment?
Dick Takahashi just started what could be one of his last laps.
Yeah, just approaching turn number 2 now, the left-hander. So 1 minute 13.62. Currently provisional pole position.
The UFR going over those curves in the new Blackwood chicane is, oh, well, there he goes, off into the wall. It's very interesting to watch. It almost feels as though the car is going to go on its side. That'll be what they're having to watch out for, especially in the race. A long race, this 160 laps or 3.25 hours, Mr. Falkenberg believes it is today.
Yes, approximately 3.25 hours.
That, Jack, will be... What do you think? Do you think we'll get a roller in somewhere in there?
Ooh, well, it's not a huge grid, but the amount of time... Ooh, as Michael gets hindered there by the lap traffic just out of turn number 5, straight into the back of the yellow UFR there. Not quite sure what car that was, from what team. But that was not ideal for the number 47 there on a potential lap that would have put him in the top 5. He sits 6th at the moment, just looking to find a 10th in order to get into that top 5. But, sorry, to finish the point that I was making, I think we're probably going to see a roller at some point. I just hope that it's not Michael. We've seen a few punctures from him in the prior rounds. I know especially at Aston he suffered with 2 or 3 issues throughout the race. But a very strong finish at West Hill for the Free Candy Racing car.
I think he's cursed himself for that skin. I do
it's
believe
glorious. That. If there was a skin competition, that would get my vote, 100%.
Not the anime on the Takahashis.
No. Maybe.
I agree. I agree.
I can see myself driving that car.
Oh god. Just needs a Herbert from Family Guy on the side of it.
Could have a Katia on the front.
Either Katia or Price. We don't really need that anymore. I think if they're mentioning Candy, a good actual person being put would be Jonathan Palmer, actually. Then that's 4 sandwiches from memory, so than Candy. So Takahashi is on a better lap, I think, this time, actually, Jack, coming toward the final corner. In fact, we missed it. Inferno has taken pole position back from Takahashi. So can Takahashi take that back? 1 minute 13.58. Takahashi is on a better lap in the first sector, or so it appears. As he comes down to this final tricky braking point, Jack, it really looks quite irritating in the UFR because as the track bends away there, that really does unsettle the rear end. As he comes to the line, can he do it? It's a 1 minute 13.51, and of course the two of them are still separated by just about that half a tenth of a second.
Trading times all the way through qualifying. Is it going to remain this way until the checkered flag drops? Inferno, is this the start of a fast lap, or is this the end? It looks like he's taken to the very right hand side of the track, which to me says he's setting himself up for turn number 1, so let's keep an eye on him as he tries to take pole position back. Again, at the moment, pole position at 1 minute 13.51, just 7/100 shy is Inferno for Cruise God. Again, these two at the very top of the qualifying table, fighting for the championship at the end of this round. One of them will be crowned the champion of Open Endurance Cup 5 tonight.
Around about 3,000th of a second down in that first sector, and he's run wide, and I think that's it. I think Takahashi will take pole position, and indeed, the lap is gone. Takahashi beats Inferno to pole.
Do we have any cars on track at the moment still completing laps? It looks like Master Race Cars Mega making his way down into turn number 6. Hard, almost downhill braking zone once you get to the end of that straight. It's hard to get the front end to hook up and get it turned into the final corner, but 1.7 seconds down on pole position and 1:15.21. Will Mega improve? He does. Takes a tenth of a second off, but retains P number 6. Looks as though everybody else is roughly either in or around the pit lane. We'll talk about the qualifying result in just a second. Get the full qualification up on the screen. So after that thrilling qualifying, it's the one of the Takahashis. Forgive me, I'm not recognising which one it is. They're both from the same names, but it is Akagi Red Suns on pole position by 7/100ths of a second, closely followed by Inferno for Cruise God. Again, these two fighting for the championship, but 1 lap qualifying pace is not really anything to judge an entire race length on, especially when it's 160 laps, or about 3¼ hours. We've got the number 7 Cozzy in P number 3. Born to Race Scattle qualifies in P number 4, with Master Race Cars Mega in P5. Free Candy Racing's Michael Malik in P number 6, with the number 20 Mr. Fetch for Gum Garage in P number 7. So we'll be back in just a sec with the coverage of the race. Don't go anywhere. Okay, hello and welcome back to today's coverage, ladies and gentlemen. Just going to reel off the qualifying results for you one more time. So in pole position for the NGTR class, it is the Akagi Red Suns, Takahashi, or Fast TLT, the man behind the wheel of that car, setting the pace with a 1 minute 13.51, just 7/100ths. Behind is Cruise God. Again, both of these two fighting for the championship. We've got Cozzy for Google Hop Racing Team in P number 3, Scattle for Born to Race in P number 4, Master Race Cars Mega in P number 5, Michael Malik for Free Candy Racing in P number 6 in the NGTR class, Mr. Fetch, the number 20 car for Gum Garage in P7. P8 is PHM for A Todo Ritmo, and Il Treat for Xenozano Racing in P number 9. Chris will reel off the LRF results, and then we'll have a little bit of a chat before the race begins.
Yes, and in LRF class, it's pole position for Born to Race's Eyre in the LX6, followed by another LX6 of Patrick Hinkela for Regen Motorsports. Nobody is third on the grid. The first FZ5 for Team Rock Racing. Park the Bus Racing Team. Please don't park the bus today. Then it's Ronnie for Race Green Autosports in the LX6 before the first rack of Nico Pantola for Easy Rollers Genuine Racing. Simjin Tas is then in 6th position for Tracing Point in the LX6 before Minvi in the LX6 for Slow Fast Racing Team. And the grid today is completed by the rack of War Factions Datafy.
So with the qualifying results out of the way, let's again take a look at the class structure here. So we have again the UFR 1.4 litre inline front engined front wheel drive little beast with 180 horsepower that weighs only 600 kilograms, up against the very similar hot hatch, this time a 2 litre inline 4 with a 230 brake horsepower but 840 kilograms. So again a bit more powerful but a bit more heavy. Strategy will change. These two cars treat their tyres quite differently from one another. Moving on to the LRF class then, radical changes, well, radical differences between the cars. You can see the FZ5, just look at the weight of that, 1380 kilograms, and then just look right underneath it. You thought the RAC was light, look at the LX6, 539 kilograms, and again the power difference is pretty huge as well with the FZ5, 360 horsepower versus the LX6's 190. But again, all these cars treat their fuel tanks and their tyres in a very different way, and with neither of them, well, none of them being restricted, they're pretty vanilla in terms of the driving experience. Again, all of the balancing, the balance of performance and whatnot is done through minimum pit stop time. So if we switch over to the information, you can see just to the right of the track map the minimum pit stop times. So for the UFR, 40 seconds minimum pit stop. Again, with the XFR being exactly the same, 40-second minimum pit stop. Now, that time can be served throughout the duration of the race, so you can spread that time out over, say, 2 stops and make it a 3-stint race, with each stint being just about an hour and 5 minutes if you wanted to, you know, cut 3 hours and 15 minutes up into 3 segments. So, again, if you don't have to stop for any extra time if you'd serve that minimum pit stop time during your normal pit stops. But again, look at the length that the LX6 has to stop in order for it to, you know, meet its minimum pit stop time, 228 seconds. So that's a huge amount of time that car's got to spend in the pits. And of course the FZ5 being just inherently slower around a lap over the LX6, again, the time that it loses out on track, it will make up for when the LX6 is in the pit lane. So again, our race director today, Thilo Falkenberg, may be popping in the commentary box at some point during this broadcast to potentially say hello. But me and Chris will be keeping you company for the 3 hours and 15 minutes of racing that's coming up very shortly. 160 laps, again, monumental amount of laps. Again, a track that's only got 6 corners, 2.1 miles in length, 3.3 kilometres is Blackwood Historic Reverse. Hopefully the grid is getting ready to go. We are about on time. Just waiting for the number 72 car. Can you guess? It's the Team Rock Racing car. And we're almost ready to go.
Something up with the team road racing car. Hopefully, we'll get going very soon.
I think everybody's just trying to get into the correct grid position so that we can have a seamless start, really. But there's not many on the grid today. Should still make some great racing, though, of course. Blackwood is not the longest track on Live for Speed by quite a long shot. You can see all the cars lining up on the grid, ready to set off to begin their little pace lap. Up to around about 80 kilometers per hour before the green flag drops. We'll start from scenic camera so you can see when they get underway. 16 seconds in and the pace is gone. The leader out and away. So the Takahashi's a nice clean start. With Michael in P2. Everybody cleanly away so far. Up into turn number 3 for the first time. People starting to spread out already. 2 by 2 as we are.
Green flag's been given for LRF, and one of the cars, I think, misunderstood the rules, one of our newcomers today, and drove up to P1 before realising they jumped the start and are now all the way back in the grid position again.
Yeah,
but
so
a clean start in LRF by the looks of it.
Yeah, 2 separate green flags. And again, if that's the first time you started a race with different classes, it's one to catch anybody out, really. But Patrick Hinkler in the lead at the moment in the number 11 machine. As there's a couple changes for position. There's a battle for P5 and 6 going on at the moment. Master Race Cars Mega.
Eyre
Currently
has
under
lost
pressure.
the lead. Sorry, one major thing in LRF is that Eyre has gone from first to third, and Patrick Hinkler has taken over a commanding lead at the moment. And Eyre is now dropping further back. It's not a great start for the pole position holder in LRF.
So we jump on board with Mega from Master Race Car. He's currently trying to hunt down Born to Race's Scattle in the early stages of this race. You can see at the moment it's probably the closest the cars are going to be on track all race. Hopefully the racing stays somewhat juicy. Even if there's lap traffic involved, you can guarantee that there's going to be a car within about 100 metres of another car here at such a short track like Blackwood Historic.
Takahashi really putting the hammer down at the start of this race, Jack. I'm surprised to see that much of a gap after the first 2 laps.
Yeah, so at least everybody in the NGTR class, well, everybody in both classes respectively, got identical tyres on, so not much difference in terms of setups. Of course, everybody running R3, R2s front to rear in the NGTR class, and everybody else running Road Supers in the road category, the LRF category. And again, Takahashi, initial pace setters, but Inferno with the fastest lap of the race, a 1 minute 14.67, 7/100ths of a second faster than P1 at the moment, but the gap 1.5 seconds from Takahashi to Inferno. We jump on board with Inferno, you can see the gaps opened up from P2 to P1 already at the stage of the race. And Takahashi again, 5/100ths of a second faster this lap in Sector 1. Purple sector.
Contact in the LRF class between Ayub and Nobody. Ayub was trying to go around the outside to get back into P3. He's looking like he's having a very frustrating afternoon so far. Now Nico Batola's all over the back of him. Ayub trying to go around the outside. Every single time he seems to get past in the tight and twisty bits, and then Nobody comes barreling past on the straight toward the hairpin. But slight contact over turn number 1 and 2, but Nobody ahead for the long straight this time. I don't think it's going to be a way round for Abe. You'll have to look out for Nico Pantola. And is that Datafy? Yeah, Datafy come from last on the grid, has come up already. Abe got a better run there, out of the corner, but on this long straight, Nobody's big massive boat on wheels will take off, and there it goes. It's almost like a cheat code, and here comes Nico Pantola as well. Eyre will not want to let Pantola through, but I don't think he's going to have much of a choice down into this final corner. Pantola around the outside. Eyre will have the better handling car for the hairpin. Will he be able to hold the position? He'll certainly get the better exit, but Pantola right there with him, trying to switch back. Eyre hits the grass and then almost comes back onto Pantola, but Pantola seems to have got the position. Not great for our LRF pole sitter, who drops back to 5th position after 4 laps.
So all slotted into single file as we navigate through turn number 1 and 2, and you can see the RAC of that's Unite just ahead, massively sideways at the right hand apex, and again just slightly off line going into the left hander there. Looked like there was a gap on the inside, and that's put Datafy up in front of Ayub now, as again we're battling for position. So 2 RACs followed by 2 LX6s, and you would argue that the LX6s just behind are the faster of the 2 cars. It's only going to be a matter of time as Ayub absolutely sends it up the inside of Datafy there. We're 3 wide on the back straight now. Who's going to outdrag who?
What you were talking about the power earlier, Jack, you can completely see it in this battle. The LX6 is the overall faster car with its handling and weight advantages, but if it's in a battle with Rack and F5, it's just going to lose out every single time on the straight. Look at how much more confidence he has in the braking. His car is a car and not a tugboat like these two are, so you can see the differences there when he just goes right the outside of Datafy. Datafy's going to lose another position as well. Well, that was a start of the example we're talking about there, power versus actual controllability. Where it mattered, he just drove right past them, but if he can't get past before the straight and get out with a gap, he's just getting swallowed up every single time. Can he go up the side of Pantola and try and break away through the twisty stuff? He's going to try, and he gets the job done. Now, can he scamper away before the RAC has the advantage on the back straight?
Now, the LX6 is not necessarily an incredibly wide car, but it is when Ayub is behind the wheel. He needs to do everything that he can to keep that little RAC behind, as well as the RAC has to keep behind the LX6 there. The number 95, Minvi, will jump on board as we head down the back straight. You can see just the car behind in the rear view mirror. It's starting to bog down a little bit as we head up the hill, but you can see the RAC on the grass there as Unite tries to jump past. Still puts him on the outside, can't turn in because there's a car on the apex, but again carries a bit of the momentum. Not ideal traction out of turn number 6 there. And then we'll be side by side across the line. It looks as though Ayub has that position back from Nico Pantola. So it's all kicking off in the LRF category. We'll stay with this battle for a while. Master Race Cars Mega's quite close in terms of positions in the NGT category. But this is enough racing for us at the moment as they swap positions once more. Heading on up to turn number 3 now, the right hander before the left of 4.
Minva slightly outbraked himself there, didn't he, Jack? That's really going to hurt him down this back straight because Pantola should be able to come blasting past again. The other RAC of Datafy is right there as well.
You can see the cars ahead side by side as we approach turn number 6. Again, not running the chicane means it's a straight line braking zone. And the track almost drops away from you as you jump back from that slip road onto the track, as massively wide goes the LX6 there into the pit lane even.
He's the one with the drive-through penalty for jumping the start. That was a curious lunge and then decided to go in the pits, but there we go. He'll now serve his drive-through penalty and that'll be him done and dusted for that. He's coming into the pit box actually, by the looks of it. Not sure. Oh, he's lagging out. Something's gone wrong for Minvi there.
So looking at the number 7 car of Climbs now, trying it around the outside of Michael Malik into turn number 6 here on lap number 8 of 160. makes the move before the start-finish line, will take the position. But again, Michael looking to the inside there, very, very close into the braking zone. But the number 7 car of Climbs, Google Hop Racing, retains 4th position after a nice manoeuvre at turn number 6.
That was incredibly close to contact for both of those guys there. That would have been a nasty incident for them in the battle for 4th position, but they've just about avoided each other.
So Inferno for Cruise Guard currently sitting in P2. You can visually see the gap between him and the race leader. The Cruise Guard in P2, Akagi Red Suns in P1. The gap at the split was 2.29 seconds. Inferno again slow on this lap in Sector 1, but slightly faster in Sector 2. Inferno at the moment though, the man in 2nd position, holds the fastest lap of the race and both fastest sectors. He needs to consistently be very close to setting the purple sectors if he's going to get that gap down. It's gone from 2.2 last time around to about 2.3, so overall a net 1/10 slower this time around was the man in P2, and the gap to the lead is just going to continue to open up. But again, strategy can work out in anyone's favour. You don't want to push it too far and risk a puncture. We've seen Inferno suffer from, I believe it was a drive-through penalty after incurring a puncture in race number 1 at Aston. Hopefully we don't see a repeat of that later on today. So Climbs again still chasing down Born to Race Scattle, both in identical UFRs. Looking for the best possible run out of turn number 5. Such a long straight, the entire length of the, well, yeah, the entire height of the track on in one straight. So these two separated by just 0.5 of a second, and I've got a feeling that that gap's going to come down again at the line. So 0.5 last split as these two cross the line, 0.36. So again, it seems as though the closer you get out of turn number 5 on that back straight, the more of course you benefit from the straight line speed advantage gained by just being so close to the car ahead in terms of draft. We'll jump on board with Climbs and watch him around this lap. Again, look at the amount of AstroTurf that you have on the left-hand side of turn 3 to use at your disposal. Don't want to cut that inside corner too tight, that right-hander there, turn 3, before the left-hander of 4. And now the left-hander of 5, trying to get on the power as early as possible, and again, using as much as the curb as you can get away with on the right-hand side to make the track as wide as possible. It looks as though the gap's increased from what it was at the line. Climbs so far about 0.5 of a, well, half a tenth down in sector 1 at least. Across split number 2, it's just over a tenth, so again the gap's fluctuating between 0.3 and 0.5 of a second, but Climbs just it seems as though he's just so late on the brakes into turn number 6 there. He's gained all the time he lost in the prior corners of this lap back on Born to Race Scattle, just from the confidence that he has on the brakes into the very final corner. And again, the gap at the line, 0.3, so it again fluctuated to about half a second in the middle sector. And again, Scattle.
Yeah, it looks as though he's got better cars down the braking, and but he doesn't have a great car for launching out of corners onto that back straight at the moment. So he's going to have to pick his moment if he wants to come past easily enough here. It does appear as though that he has the slightly better handling car in this position as well, but not on corner exit. This will be interesting to see this time as they come out turn number 5. Will he be able to get a better exit again? Just understeers slightly on the entry there, and that just costs him, because he's close enough under the big braking zones, as you say, Jack, but just there, his car just doesn't have the balance to stay close to the car in front in the battle for 3rd position.
So again, being towed along by the little bit of draft that you can pick up from that distance. Here's Climbs for Google Hop Racing. Again, we'll see how late he can get on the brakes, see how close he can get as he almost runs into the back. Well, it looks as though, again, both, of course, cars decelerating from a huge speed again to get down to that apex speed for turn 6 as they get back on the power again, full throttle to go down the straight. And Inferno again still the pace setter at the moment. Nobody set a purple sector all lap since lap 7. On lap 12 now, so heat peak is where the tyres are at the hottest during the stint, but of course when they cool down later on, the performance of the tyre is still there, so the tyres don't necessarily deteriorate in terms of performance as they get older and the rubber gets a bit thinner. So again, once the tyre temperatures come back down and the fuel load starts to leave the car, we'll see those purple sectors being shown really every lap.
Takahashi's really been held up on this lap by traffic, and now it's somebody, not nobody, by the way. Theo Falkenberg wanted me to correct myself. It's somebody in the Team Rock Racing car at the moment rather than nobody. There we go, just to correct myself. But he forced Takahashi slightly wide out of turn number 5, so I expect this is going to come down quite considerably as he goes over the line. Was at 2.3 before this lap. Traffic began 15.5 from Takahashi. He's now down to 1.7. Inferno certainly got the better rub of the first lap traffic battles.
But Inferno having to check up at the apex of turn number 2 there. Managed to get around the car, but again the gap at the line, like you said Chris, about 1.7 seconds. We'll find out exactly how much that's gone up in just a second when we cross split number 1. Currently on the bonnet of the man in second position, Inferno for Cruise God. As that's the Akagi Red Suns just getting past the green LX6 there. So the gap 1.74 seconds. The end of split number 1 is at the halfway point of this back straight. You can see Inferno just tucking into the draft of the LX6 while he can gain a few kilometers out of that. And a purple sector for the number 75 Inferno. First improvement on sector 2 since lap 6. 7 tenths, almost faster than your race leader, but gets a bit of traffic on the exit. So the gap down to 1.3 seconds. Inferno definitely benefited a little bit, well, was hindered less than the race leader, as again that just struggling to get past the lap car. Had to do it mid-corner through turn number 1. Not the ideal way. Maybe in terms of losing the least amount of time, it was the faster way, but again, a bit more dangerous. Running side by side in such a narrow, undulating corner. So the gap 1.09 at the moment. If we're going to look back from the race leader there, you can see the distance between P1 and 2. These guys were absolutely trading places the majority of race number 1 at Aston before, I think it was Inferno, incurred a puncture and a regrettable drive-through penalty for speeding in the pit lane. But Takahashi again not getting the benefit of the draft down the straight, but Inferno seems to have a toe every time he comes down the long back straight, separates turn 5 and 6. You can see that's very kind of the LX6 to give the racing line to the man in second place at the moment as he tries to hunt down the race leader. But again, slower on this lap. Takahashi's just got something in the tank. Don't know how they managed to do it, but Inferno last time around, split 1, 3.5 tenths slower. Split 2, just 5 100ths, but again about 4 tenths slower on that lap with the toe down the back straight. But the battle rages on for the final spot on the podium. Cosium Born to Race, a Scattle squabbling over 3rd position. This is another AC just getting in between the two at the apex there of turn number 4.
I wondered if he was going to go for it there, Jack. I wondered if Climbs was going to go right around the outside of Data 5, but he wisely chose not to. But that's going to ruin that battle for a little while.
Yeah,
and that's what we've been discussing, isn't it? The lap traffic, if you catch them in that area, the speed differential, especially under braking, and it's crazy between the two. It's just so difficult.
You almost want to get frustrated and go around them anyway, but again, that's more dangerous because, of course, they make a mistake on the apex and they're going to run wide. They're going to run into where you're trying to place your car. You got to think about the long game. You might lose some, you might win some. You have to think about the longevity. Just getting to the finish line. You can't take as many risks as you would necessarily in a sprint race. 160 laps or 3¼ hours of racing is a very long time to make a few tenths up here and there. But again, if you're confident around the outside and you trust the car that you're overtaking, I mean, of course, it's your race, it's your decision. All comes down to confidence, though. We were talking about how late Climbs is on the brakes into turn number 6. He seems to have a massive amount of confidence. But again, even though he was hindered by that lap traffic ever so slightly, you can see it's worked in his favour somewhat this lap, because look at the gap between him and Scattle. It was 1.17 at the line. It's certainly not that now. As we look back from the back of Scattle's car, you can see Cozzy slowly approaching. Now looks to me like that gap's just under a second. It is 0.75 of a second now, and maybe even less, as you can hear at least the front wheels of Scattle's car slightly locking up into the heavy braking zone, the downhill braking zone, as the track drops away from you into turn 6. So whether the bias is just not perfect or the brake pressure is just not perfect, you can hear the locking of the front wheels. You can hear the engine revs drop as the actual driven axle starts to lock up, and that gap's down again to 0.75 of a second.
This again looks as though it's going to hurt Climbs in the chicane here, the right-left chicane. Ronnie nowhere to go, nowhere to help the LRF, the NGT out. In fact, no, it hasn't actually hindered him too much. He should get up the inside into here, and he does. Slightly tighter exit, so Scattle gets away slightly, so that'll go on, I think, back to about 1.2, 1.3 seconds, which is also the gap at the front, because Inferno has done a new fast lap of 1 minute 14.21, and it's really cat and mouse between those two as well. Similarly with third and fourth, as we're watching just now, but first and second are similarly positioned and similarly going back and forth on their speed, and it's very, very, as we saw in qualifying, very, very close between the top two.
So again, Inferno, the man in P2, like you said, Chris, set the fastest lap just a few laps ago. It looks as though Takahashi has got at least one of the fastest splits though now, whereas Inferno for Cruz got in P2, held both fastest splits and the fastest lap of the race for good measure just a few laps earlier. If Inferno can set the fastest lap, all he needs to do is just even get remotely close to that, but consistently. At the moment, it looks as though Akagi Red Sun's out in the race lead are the most consistent in terms of lap times, as they're able to just slightly break away from the car behind them. Inferno seems to be the faster car, but just can't put that together every single lap and consistently be faster than your race leader at the moment. So what can Inferno, the number 75 in P2, do to get that 1.3 second gap from P2 to P1 down? We know he's got the pace. He's currently, again, still holds the fastest split in sector 2, a 31.22, which is, again, I mean, he seems to be getting consistently close to that. It's just, I think the Titan Twist is in sector 1. Maybe just don't favour the setup of that car.
It just seems to go 1/10 here and 1/10 back. There always seem to be about 1.3 seconds behind. It's going to take finding an opportunity. That almost looked like an opportunity there, as Takahashi almost got held up by the UFR that he was lapping there. But it's all about consistency. Whoever can be the most consistent, especially with lap traffic, that's Inferno's best opportunity at the moment. Although we are already 19 laps into this 160 lap race, there's plenty of action to come between these two, and I get the feeling that this could go all the way to lap 160, because there's so little between the two. And it feels as though it's just got a lot more legs to go, this battle.
So we jump to the LRF class and keep an eye on the battle for. Looks as though that's the lead at the moment. Ayub just 0.4 of a second behind Hinkler there in the number 11. Currently these two, first and second in the LRF class, both in LX6s of course, and have to stop for the most amount of time. Minimum pit stop time for the LX6, 228 seconds as opposed to the FZ5. The least stationary car of the LRF class is 98 seconds. So again, like nearly 2.5 times what the FZ5 has to stop for. But again, you can see the difference between the FZ5 and the LX6 on track. If there is, yes, the Team Rock Racing FZ5 currently sitting in P4 in class. Some 20 seconds back down the road already, and we're only on lap 20. You can see why the LX6 has to stop for such a long time. It's so much faster than every other car in its class.
Tell you what, this is an impressive comeback from Eyre, and he's almost up the back at the inside of Patrick Hinkler for the lead now. Because of course he was right back in 5th position when we were last watching him, and now he's fighting for the lead. He's going down the inside, thinks better of it into turn number 5 as the XFR of Michael Malik comes up behind a big slide for Eyre. He didn't get the power on very well there at all, and Hinkler breathes a sigh of relief down this back straight, so Eyre's going to catch up all over again.
Looks as though Michael's trying to thread the needle between these two battling pair. Ayub tries to tuck into the slipstream of that XFR. We know the XFR, of course, the faster of the two in the NGTR class in terms of straight line top speed at the end of the straight. You'd expect the XFR to get the legs on the UFR, it being just slightly heavier and a bit more powerful. Takes it a bit longer to reach its potential at the end of the straight. But the gap at the split was about 0.4 of a second. It's going to be a little bit less than that. And the leader, Patrick, might have to check up into turn 1, of course, following the XFR so close. The LX6 is, of course, not hugely dependent on aerodynamics. You can see that there's just a huge amount of mechanical grip as the leading number 11 car runs slightly wide through turn number 1 there, gets the rear wheels on the grass and has a bit of a moment. Left the door on the inside open into turn number 2. Looks as though that Born to Race car of Ayub all over the back at the moment will jump on board. You can see just how close these two run in. And now what Ayub needs to do is time his run through turn number 5. Make sure he gets on the power nice and early. Tuck into the back of that LX6 and then potentially lift until it's possible to make a move and not be left vulnerable. Of course, if you make the move earlier in the straight, it gives the car behind chance to tuck into you and attack back into the braking zone. Well, they run side by side at the moment. It looks like Ayub just has the overlap done 2 or 3 seconds before we get into the braking zone, moves his car over to the left hand side as to cover the inside line. You can see Patrick straightens out his braking zone, puts him on a bit of an outside line. Hopefully he can attack back. Bit of a flash to the headlights there. So we complete lap number 22 now. Maybe 21 for these guys, 22 for the race leader.
What an adventurous 21 laps for Eyre, or 20 laps for Eyre. 1st to 5th and back up to 1st. Via all the FZRs in the world, it felt like at the time that were all coming for him, along with some RACs, of course, as well. So a very adventurous time for a pole position man in the LRF class, but he's back up into the lead all of a sudden.
So I'll give you a quick run down the order at the moment. Out in the race lead is the Akagi Red Suns, the number 1 machine. Current championship leaders in terms of team championship, and I believe one of their drivers is in the lead in terms of individual championship standings too. We can jump through the standings in just a second if any of the racing dies down at some point. P number 2, we've got Inferno for Cruise God. Again, about 1.1 seconds down on the race leader at the moment, and that gap seems to be staying between about a second and a second and a half. Inferno faster last time around. Purple lap time as well, set on lap number 22, a 1 minute 14.20. Just for context, the race leader last time just about 3/10 slower, a 1 minute 14.49. P3, we've got Born to Race Scattle, currently 2 positions up from where he started. Currently standing on the last step of the podium if he can keep this result until the end. Climbs for Google Hop Racing, currently sits in P4, exactly where he started the race. P5, we've got Master Race Cars Michael for Free Candy Racing at the moment in P5, just 2 positions down from where he qualified. And then we've got it's Master Race Cars Mega in P number 6, the number 32. Beautiful red, yellow and black Vegemite XFR. He currently is exactly where he started in P number 6. We have the number 20 Gun Garage car driven by Mr. Fetch. Again, I think he's the only one driving that car. Had a bit of a time at West Hill a few rounds ago, getting all sorts of out of shape on the roof, but a very solid result from Kyoto in round number 3. Hopefully he'll be looking to impress. Currently sitting in P7, not last in his class, as there's a number 77 car down, currently in P16 overall and P8 in class. Iltrida rounds out the NGTR class. You can just see the amount of front end damage that that car's picked up during this race. Hopefully that doesn't hinder his performance too much.
Seems as though Inferno is making a move on Takahashi. The gap is now down to just a minimalistic amount over a second. So that's as close as it's been since the green flag when Inferno dropped back. So Takahashi under pressure for the first time really in this race, you can imagine. Just over a second. And it's going to be very, very interesting as they approach their first pit stop windows. Who will get the jump, and whether, I'd imagine there'll be the second Takahashi coming in at some point. Inferno I don't think has a teammate, does he, Jack?
No, for Cruise God it's been a solo entry. The gent behind the wheel has done every round on his own at least, so that's driving, strategy, everything, and that's no easy feat. Trying to work out exactly how much fuel to take, when to pit, judging how old your tyres are, how you know, when can you pit to get the most out of the tyres for the stint before you finish the race, and trying to take into considerations different variables like damage and the undercut, everybody else's strategy. Again, you take that into account when making your own. It's not an easy task, but he seems to be doing very well, of course, again in that position to fight for the championship. And it looks as though he's trying to make a move to try and catch up to the race leader. The gap, 1.13 seconds, will be updated once again when we cross the line. 1.07 seconds. So about just over a tenth faster in Sector 1 was Inferno last time around than your race leader, the Akagi Red Suns, who look like they're about to encounter some traffic through turn number 2. You can see on the grass now the race leader. That's going to give Inferno the incentive that he needs right on the back bumper now as we approach turn number 3, the right-hander. And this is the closest these cars have been the entire race. Into the back of each other. There was contact there. No love lost between these two. You can see almost matching skins. These two trading fastest laps and looked like they were enjoying each other's company in race number 1. This looks like it's going to be a repeat of that.
I don't think Inferno meant to cause contact, but the RAC in the way just caused the issue. There really nowhere for any of them to go in that chicane. As Inferno goes for the outside line into the final corner. That's going to brave one around the outside there. Takahashi has the line. And will he be able to get the drive? Trying the over and under the Inferno, but no, that doesn't quite work out for him. So Takahashi just maintains it, Jack, over the line. So we need to give a gap analysis this time. I think you could see how close these two are.
Well, on my timing screen, it says 0.01 at the last split. 0.16, a tenth of a second separates these two at the moment. Ooh, as Inferno runs slightly wide out of turn 1, just gets the literally an inch of the tread block on the left-hand side of the car onto the grass, and you can see had to take some lock off as not to understeer. But again, both of these encountering some traffic. That's the lapped car, I believe. That's a Team Rock Racing. Oh no, it's not. That's Nico Puntola. Team Rock Racing is an FZ5. We'll jump on board with the man in second, Inferno. Again, these two fighting over the championship, just trying to get on the power so early. Almost runs over the curve that he's using as a bit of extra traction on the outside of turn 5. So that gap's going to come up ever so slightly. Takahashi got a nice clean exit onto the back straight as we approach turn 6. But again, all can be either won or lost in the braking zone for turn 6. Both seem to have very similar braking zones, very similar apex speed, as there's the Team Rock Racing car I was getting confused with earlier. Looks as though they will stay to the right hand side, but Takahashi still running side by side with the lap traffic as we almost break for turn 1. The second place car of Inferno slots through as we navigate through turn number 1, and the gap 0.3 of a second, so it's not been above half a second in the last 3 laps, so to speak. Hopefully it stays this way. I'd love to see these two battle throughout the duration of the remaining laps we have to complete 160 or 3¼ hours of racing laps that we have here to round out round 4 of Open Endurance Cup 5, of course, the season finale. Things seem to have quietened down a little bit, at least in the LRF class. Nobody really that close. I think the closest is about 3 seconds, and that's Hinkler on AU. A gap between first and second in the LRF class, and a very similar gap a bit further back with Nico Puntola in the RAC, trying to catch up to the back of Team Rock Racing's somebody in the FZ5. But there's always an element of prediction that you have to have with racing like this. Of course, the car's completely vanilla, no balance of performance, no added weight or intake restriction. Everything done via pit stops. So the faster cars, again, will stretch their lead out on track, but will have to stop for a mandated amount of time that's longer than the rest of the field, of course. So we'll see when the checkered flag drops exactly how close everybody is. As you can see, Inferno slightly less hindered than the race leader through turn number 2 there. Chooses the inside around the race green Autosport LX6. That is a bit of lap traffic there. Takahashi hindered arguably a little bit more, but the gap doesn't seem to visually change too much. It's still around about half a second. Nobody set a fastest split or lap since lap 22, and you'd expect these cars to be a little bit lighter than they were 7 or 8 laps ago. Of course, a lot of fuel can be burnt off in that time, so hopefully we see some purple sectors very soon. .53 was the gap just a split ago. 0.68 is it now, so Inferno lost a bit of time. For context, at least this lap, the Akagi Red Sun's the car just ahead of the one we'd run on board with, set a 21.09 first sector, 21.17 for Inferno, so about 0.8 of a second down on this lap at the moment. As we cross the line, yeah, it looks as though Inferno's again 0.08 of a second slower, so the gap at 0.69, highest it's been in the last 3 laps. That mistake from the Akagi Red Sun car just on the outside of this left-hander here was what closed the gap in the first place, but now you've got the number 20 car, Gun Garage, Mr. Fetch behind the wheel of that. Nice for him to leave the door open for the number 75 Cruise car in P2. But again, you can almost visually see that gap increasing a little more now. 0.69 it was. Almost a second visually it looks to be right now.
Yeah, as you say, I think we should be getting some quicker split times very, very soon. Now these two at the front have stopped battling. It's now 0.7 of a second. But I guess it's harder and harder. It gets harder and harder every lap that now we're into the traffic, and we will pretty much be lapping various different cars at every single lap now. So as we approach the first pit window, pit point for the race leaders, the gap is over the line there. Yeah, they're back into the low minute 14s. Takahashi getting very, very, very held up by Patrick Hinkle. Know where he can go really. And Takahashi eventually makes it through, but that's an advantage of Inferno as long as he doesn't get too squeezing through. Did they make contact? I think they did there, Patrick Hinkle and Inferno. And Inferno does gain back time on Takahashi, but that's a very high risk strategy, diving through on the inside like that. You don't know quite how the road tires and the road cars will handle that corner compared to your car, and it's a very high risk strategy, but that's the game these two have to play at the moment, and the less time they lose, the better for themselves. But at some point you have to think there's going to be major contact between the LRF class and these two leaders in the NGT class, because the high risk game, it's not always going to work for you, and I think they need to maybe just take a little bit of time to remember that we're not even a third of the way through this race yet. We're not even a quarter of the way through this race yet. I just think they've been a little bit too aggressive on some of these LRFs.
Yeah, it's certainly risk versus reward. Of course, again, 10ths on the table to be gained or lost, but you know, the consequences of getting it wrong could literally be your race over. All you need to do is one mistake, get offline, hit a curb in the wrong way, hit a car in the wrong way. Any contact could result in you ending up on your roof. And especially in these little NGTR class, you can see that hatchback, short wheelbase, very narrow little cars, very stiff, so they bounce quite a bit. And it's not a task to get one of these on its roof. And these two again fighting for the championship want to take every precaution that they possibly can, but right on the back Inferno is now. We jump onto the bonnet count. 0.41 seconds was the gap as we went over the split line to complete at least the first sector of this lap, which is lap 32. Inferno again 1.3 tenths faster so far this lap, so the gap should be down to about 0.4. Looks as though at least the Takahashi was slightly faster in the second part of the lap, but Inferno very late on the brakes. Managed to get away with it by turning into the corner a little bit later, taking a bit later apex. Might have lost out by about half a tenth, but again, nice recovery. Just say he locked up a little bit into turn 6. The gap again under half a second. Nothing's really going to separate these two.
Like we were watching Scattle and Climbs earlier on, it feels as though the lead car at the moment has the better drive out of the turn 5 left-hander, whereas the car behind has the better braking. So let's see if there's going to be a move here made by Inferno. Can he stay close enough to get the opportunity to have a go at Takahashi again? He'll want the inside line this time. Last time he had the outside, Jack. What do you think's going to happen down into this hairpin this time?
I think they've got to be incredibly careful on the brakes. We know Inferno at least locked up and went a little deep last time around. If he's going to be on the inside, he can't do that this time because he's going to go right into the side of whichever car's on the outside. He needs to commit to his line early and stick with it. It looks as though Takahashi, the Kage Red Suns, commits to the left-hand side to cover the inside. All is to play for on the brakes, though, as Inferno brakes slightly later. Looks like he's got the overlap done before the apex of the corner, swooping around the outside to take the lead away. But it's not over. They look like they can run side by side. But Inferno looks as though he has the overlap done. Can Takahashi attack into turn number 1? You can see Takahashi on the outside there. Little bit of a switchback, moves to the outside on the way through the remaining part of turn 1 as we're up to turn 2. And what a move indeed, Chris. As Takahashi for Kage Red Suns takes the race lead back from Cruise God. Now this is the racing that I'm used to, at least with these two, from what we saw at Aston for round 1. As they're side by side again through to turn 3 and 4 now. Again, it's all about the exit of turn number 5 now. Such a long straight. It's incredibly important that you get the best exit, because if you get an inferior exit, you're going to suffer for the entire duration of the straight. Of course, you can tuck into the draft of the car ahead and maybe make a few tenths of a second back up towards the end of the straight, but side by side we run now. You can see from the top down view, trying to tuck back into the slipstream is Inferno before the cars have even overlapped again. All to play for in the braking zone.
Too much, and I think it's going to cost him. Will he go for the dive though, Jack? He's going to think about it. He's going to go for it. He's going to go wide, and Takahashi's going to get it back again. I mean, that lap was just unbelievable from the two of them. How on earth did they make no contact in those two outside manoeuvres? One by Inferno, one by Takahashi. I've never seen somebody overtake into the outside of turn number 2 in that chicane before. But I guess the car's small enough that they could do it. It's brilliant.
Yeah, and not on the lap that we've just completed, but the lap prior to that. Inferno actually set the fastest lap of the race. So, again, fastest split 1 by Inferno, set on lap 33. Lap 32, again, fastest split 2. So, Inferno, the man in P2, currently holds the fastest sector and the fastest lap in all parts of the track. So, can he keep this gap down under half a second? Because I want to see these two battle for the remainder of the race. It'll keep our, keep our voices nice and used. Make sure we can keep the airways clear with the intense battles. Looks as though at least in the LRF class, people have spread out somewhat. We'll run down the order in just a second. I just can't take my eyes off this battle. I could just sit and watch these two all day. Never gets old.
Yeah, Inferno's dropped back slightly at the moment, but I'm sure he'll be determined to make that gap up again. I mean, he's made up for 2.5 seconds, and it was back to 1.7, and now he's come all the way back to being right there again. Just biding his time, still only on lap number 36 out of 160, 124 laps of this Blackwood historic reverse to go. So currently in the LRF class, we haven't really seen too much since Abe took the lead, and he still leads in the LRF class from Patrick Hinkler in second, Ronnie for Racing Green is in third position, with TRR somebody, not nobody. I'm correct this time, Theo. Thank you for shouting at me earlier. He is in fourth position with Nico Bantola, Genuine Racing Unite in fifth in the lead RAC. Datafy runs behind him. Simgintis has had some issues, but he is the last runner at the moment. And that concludes the LRF rundown as we head into lap 35 for them and lap 37 for our race leaders. Ayub, of course, has gone from first to fifth and back to first again. You may remember earlier in the race, it feels a lot longer ago than 30 or odd laps, Jack, to my point of view, when he was battling the FZ5s and RACs and getting quite frustrated, but he is clearly he remained calm and he battled his way right back up to the front where he will feel after his wonderful pole position he should have been, and that's where he finds himself right now. Ale from Patrick Hinkler and Ronnie completing the podium in LRF class.
Just looking at the gap between Ayub and the man in 7th position, according to at least LFS times that I'm running in the background as well to try and keep an eye on some of the action. Ayub for Born to Race, currently leading the way in the LRF class, is less than a second behind the number 20 Gum Garage car of Mr. Fetch, currently sitting in P7. So two separate classes again. These two are racing in terms of track position, of course. There's only 0.8 of a second, something like that, separating these two. So, incredible pace from Ayub in the LX6 there. He's currently got a nice gap of about 7.2 seconds to the man in second, which again is Patrick Hinkler. You can see he's just navigating through turn 6 now.
Yeah, he was fairly pulled away. He clearly did have the speed advantage over everybody else, especially at this stage. His bad start has been negated. I didn't actually really see. I was watching the LRF class, but nothing obvious happened. I must have missed it when I was watching the jump starter, and trying to work out what on earth was going on with that when this black car comes piling through everybody before the races even started. That caused a little bit of confusion, I think, at the start of LRF class. But back where he seems to belong in this race so far, dominating from the front.
As we switch back to the front of the NGTR class, feel kind of bad for everybody else on track at the moment, not necessarily getting the screen time that they deserve, but we'll try and show everybody. Of course, we want to show you guys the closest of action. At the moment, these guys are the closest on track in terms of battles for position in the same class. But again, trading times, it looks as though Takahashi's have been consistently faster for the last couple laps. I think Takahashi's last time around are just over 3/10 a lap faster than Cruise Guard in P number 2, so that gap's back up to 1.2 seconds. But Inferno, again, the man in P2, still holds fastest sector 1 and 2 and the fastest lap of the race. So he definitely has the pace, maybe not necessarily able to give it 100% every single lap, or maybe he's trying to and potentially pushing for a little bit of a mistake just by trying to send it too much. But again, the gap 1.2 seconds.
Did you suggest a competition caution there, Jack? Did I hear? No? Okay, just me then. Thankfully, it's a sensible European today behind the race directorship in Tilo Falkenberg. So we won't be having a NASCAR competition caution, or the one from IndyCar yesterday for the rain, when there was no rain. That was very good. Well done, America. tell you what, the two leaders in NGT are in a bit of trouble here with the traffic. There's quite a lot. It appears though something's happened to Inferno because he has suddenly dropped back to, well, quite a long way from what it was before. Before it was about 0.6 of a second, now 2.1 seconds. So something has happened to Inferno on the last turn with a back marker, or not a back marker, a different class. Sorry, I should say. Takahashi now up behind Datafy. Oh, that's not good for Takahashi, so that'll bring it back for Inferno, but Inferno will probably get blocked into Turtle 1, given that the Datafy car will be quicker on the straight there. As you can see, Datafy is able to out-track Takahashi until the braking zone in his RAC. Takahashi now has to get in line. That's one of the very the entertaining and frustrating things about multi-class racing is when you have one of these road-going cars that have more power than the racing equivalent. You can see just now, each have different strengths, and it is definitely a massive skill in this series to be able to come through the traffic or let the traffic go and not lose too much time. And at the moment, Takahashi leads by 1.7 seconds over the line, and as I predicted, Inferno is now getting blocked.
Very close. Brave to stay as tight round turn 1 as possible, but still be on the outside. Not very much in terms of a margin for error, but again, yeah, Takahashi, you could see the RAC had at least the legs on the UFR towards the end of the straight, but it was nice at least for Datafy to, once he was again overlapped in front, stick to the right hand side to give Takahashi, for Akagi Red Suns out in the lead, the chance to take the inside line through the final corner. But Inferno definitely was hindered by lap traffic way more than the Takahashis out in the lead. The gap now, well, at least last time we went through the split was 1.7, but it looks well over 2 now. I'll get the exact figure when we cross the split line. So you see the white line on the track just there. So the gap now over 2 seconds, 2.07 seconds to be precise. And again, that's more time for Inferno to make up, to close back up to the leader. But we know he has the pace. Again, still holds the fastest race lap and both sectors for good luck. Nobody seems to have improved on any race best sectors since lap number 33. We just start lap number 42 now. And yes, Inferno 4.8 tenths, so just under half a second slower than the race leader last time around due to just meeting the traffic in the wrong place. There's the Nika Puntola in the RAC again, exactly where Inferno didn't want to catch up to the back of him, just on the exit of turn 4 as we navigate the second left-hander of turn 5 now. And that gap is just going to continue to open up whenever Inferno meets the traffic in the wrong places. But I tell you something, it looks as though at least this lap Inferno must have heard me say nobody's improved on the fastest sector since lap 33, because he just went absolutely purple through sector 1. Way faster than your race leader. So far this lap, your race leader, the Takahashi or Akagi Red Suns, sector 1 20.81, Inferno in P2 20.36. So the gap was 2.1 seconds. Might be about 1.8. No, I think at least all the time that Inferno made up in sector 1, he lost in sector 2. But let's jump on board with the race leader and see how he navigates past the lap traffic now. You can see at least one of the cars is in the same class as him. Can he thread the needle? He looked down from the top camera. Looks as though he threaded the needle. Nice of the Vegemite car. I love that skin, to let him through on the inside of the right hander of turn 3. How can Inferno
was very worrying
get through as well, as Inferno doesn't care that the FZ5 took the inside line. He'll go up the curb and on the inside of turn 5 in order to get through.
Sorry for my excitement there. The external TV camera that Live for Speed has, that showed that being a bit more nervy than I think the overhead camera did. So I thought there was going to be a collision. There's a 3 went into the corner. Would you say that you were talking about liking the Vegemite skin? Do you like the Vegemite skin more than the candy skin?
Ooh, I don't know. I think in terms of if you actually put effort into something, I think the Vegemite skin probably achieves that goal a bit better. But I just love the free candy skin in general.
But you prefer Vegemite over candy?
Well, candy's free, so it's got to be candy.
I was trying to get you to say you like Vegemite, but no, thankfully not. Australia, in any trade deal, you can keep your Vegemite, we'll keep our Marmite, thank you. It does feel over the last 5 laps or so as though Inferno just cannot get a break with where he catches the traffic. The gap 2.3 still, as you say, he has been capable of doing unbelievable split times, but he just is getting no luck in the middle sector where, well, you don't want to catch cars and he just keeps catching them. Instead, that Takahashi locking up as he tries to overtake the racing green LX6 of Roddy into the final corner.
Currently riding on board with Roney for Race Green Autosport. Currently sits P10 overall, third in class. I think the gap between Roney and the car ahead is around about 17 seconds. And you can see just already how much that Akagi Redson's car out in P1 has pulled away from the the LX6, as he just saw at least the tiniest bit of Inferno's car in the rearview mirror there, as Inferno makes his way around the outside before we approach turn number 4. And again, a bit out of shape is Roney. That's going to allow the Vegemite car through. But that gap again between the leaders is up to above 2 seconds. I wonder when we're going to start seeing the first pit stops. We're almost approaching the hour mark. 4 or 5 minutes time will be an hour elapsed. And then another 2 1/4 to go. So I'll take this opportunity to again just show you through the current stand-ins. So in the Drivers' Championship again, looks as though Excellent 15, one of the Takahashis, leads by 0.13 of a point. I'm not exactly sure how Tilo calculates these points. Hopefully he can jump into the commentary box at some point and give us a little bit of insight. Of course, he's our race director today, so he's got his work cut out. But again, the top 2, or would be the top 3 if Lacko was of course able to make it. He's won every single race so far in his category. You can see the green number 99 in P3. Red is the NGTR class. Green is the LRF class, and this is the individual driver stand-ins, so everybody is accounted for. Quite a lot of stand-ins. We've got 3 pages of stand-ins. 44 drivers in total have entered any of the 4 races that we've hosted so far for Open Endurance Cup 5, this being the season finale. Moving on to the Teams Championship now, you can see again the Akagi Red Suns and Cruise God very, very close in terms of points. Whoever's going to win this race is going to take the title at the end of it. Cruise God currently sitting P2 in the race and P2 in the standings, so they need to improve if they're going to take the trophy at the end of this. So 36 different teams in the team standings. Now we move on to individual cups. You can see in the individual classes in the NGTR Cup, Akagi Red Suns and Cruise God again lead the way. Google Hop Racing Team in P3. They currently sit P4 in this race. Free Candy Racing currently sit P5 in the race, P4 in the standings. And I've just noticed we've not got any of the launch racing cars at least this round number 4. David Duffin, Paul Duffin, not to be seen at least at Blackwood. And again in the LRF Cup, it looks as though LFS Hungary have this in the bag, whether they turn up to this race or not. Regen Motorsports, not sure if they can do anything from P2 to make up that well, 14.3 point deficit. Well, they only have 14.9 from the 3 races we've had so far. Again, just going back to the class structure of the car, you can see the differences there. The UFR, again, you would say is the favourite in terms of lap time. It's a little lighter and a little less powerful than its slightly bigger hatchback brother of the XFR. Again, the XFR seems to have the legs on the smaller UFR at the end of the straight, but the UFR, again, faster overall. The only other difference between these two cars that's not listed on screen is the gearbox. Of course, the XFR, the faster car in a straight line, has a sequential gearbox with a ignition cut, so you can keep the throttle pinned when you go up the gears. You have to be quite careful with the UFR. It's got a traditional H pattern gearbox, but you can flat shift if you do it in the right places, in the right gears at the right time at the right speed. Many variables, but you will overheat the clutch if you get it wrong, and of course when you start slipping, it's when you start losing time. In the ILRF class, again, still massively different in terms of not just lap time, but as a car as a whole. The FZ5, somewhat the fictional Porsche within Live for Speed, 3.6 litre flat 6, rear engined as well, rear wheel drive, 360 horsepower and a bit of a chunk at 1380 kilograms, but the biggest fuel tank of all cars, but burns arguably the most fuel of all cars. So some cars' strategies will be dependent on the amount of fuel they can burn in a stint. Some car strategies will be dependent on the amount of tyres that they use. Maybe the tyres go off before the fuel runs out. Again, the RAC, the somewhat middle ground in the LRF class. Middle in terms of weight, middle in terms of power, and middle in terms of displacement there with a 2 litre turbocharged inline 4. The only the only forced induction car in the LRF class. Both the LX6 and FZ5 are of course naturally aspirated, but again radically different. Mid-engined rear-wheel drive, rear-engined rear-wheel drive, and front-engined rear-wheel drive. So again, jumping back to the information, you can see the minimum pit stop times there on the right of the track map. The UFR and the XFR both have to stop for 40 seconds at some point during this race. That can be again spread out over multiple pit stops. And then when you get down to the FZ5, the raceabout, or the RAC, and the LX6, you can see the times radically different from one another. The FZ5, arguably the slowest in terms of lap time in the LRF class, has to stop for the least amount of time. So we'll see where the Team Rock Racing car ends up at the end of all the pit stops. They currently sit in P number 3. Team Rock Racing, somebody behind the wheel of that, P10 overall, P3 in class, and they have to stop the least amount of time. So if they can keep the deficit to the LX6s down, when the LX6 has to stop for 228 seconds throughout this race, they might be in with a shout of some more points. They can't hang on to their podium.
Just sorry to interrupt, the Climbs and Scattle have been going at it for the last half a lap. They've been colliding and making contact throughout the final sector there. Scattle made an error on the entry. You might remember earlier I was talking about the UFR being basically the same size as the curb on the entry to turn number 5, and Scattle went over it and hit the grass and ran wide, and that's allowed Climbs into 3rd position at the moment.
So can he retain 3rd position? Again, horse to play for as we exit turn 5. I think it looks as though at least Scattle's close enough to benefit somewhat from the draft of that number 7 Google Hopf Racing Team UFR down the straight, but again, maybe only 1 or 2 kilometers, if that. It doesn't look like he's close enough to catch back up and make a move into turn number 6. These two currently separated by 0.4 of a second.
So we're also hearing from Eyre and Sky Elmo that Mega has had to pit with a puncture, which is most unfortunate. Must be having some lockups. Did we see him having a big lockup in the final corner at some point? I think we did. So he's had to pick slightly early. Unloaded wheel left rear, apparently, according to our Eye in the Sky.
Yeah, Mega currently sitting in P number 6. We'll pick up some decent points from there, but again, the gap to the car ahead, only 4.5 seconds. Free Candy Racing's Michael, you can see, just navigating through the final corner. It looks as though my times look like they've messed up somewhat, because Mega looks like he's in turn 4 now. Michael another lap through, so maybe my LFS times need to catch up and account for that pit stop. Yeah, it looks as though the gap is around about half a lap. Scattle again and Climbs, both very, very close to one another on track. We'll go on board with Scattle now. Sticking to the inside, can't run as wide on the exit of turn 6 as the RAC of Genuine Racing's Nika Pantola is still sitting there on the outside. These two again separated by around about a second, and they sit at the moment the closest on track in terms as to one another. A second separates these two. I don't think Scattle's got what it takes to catch back up to Climbs at this point. At least last time around, Climbs the car just ahead in shot, setting a 1 minute 15.4, Scattle a 1 minute 16.2, so 0.8 of a second separated them two last time around, but of course that could have been down to traffic. Potential mistake doesn't necessarily represent their true pace as Scattle commits to the pit lane. Keep an eye on him, actually we'll stay on board and see if he can actually get it stopped for the pit speed line. Nicely done. That can definitely catch you out when you're on a fast in lap. Some old tyres, very easy to lock up, and that's when you suffer from the penalty. Climbs now trying to get past the FZ5, the number 72 of Team Rock Racing, somebody, as they approach turn number 4 now. Just having to sit on that apex behind the car that he knows he's faster than, of course, that little car having slick tyres and generally being a lot stiffer due to its roll cage and suspension setup. Less body roll, less weight, more grip. You want to get around the cars that have got road tyres on as fast as possible, but you can see he's pulled out alongside FZ5, just starts to get the legs on the UFR towards the end of the straight. If I were you, mate, I'd tuck back in, save some fuel. There'll be plenty of time to attack on the way out of turn number 6. Again, you can see how much he closes the gap as there's slight contact between the two right at the apex of turn number 6. And again, the FZ5 looks as though it's going to get its legs on the straight, but will Climbs have enough confidence to send it into turn 1, or is he going to sit behind? Oh, looks to try and send it. There is contact between the two. Stays on the outside though, and that was a task just to get around a lapped car. Of course, you could say it is the responsibility of the faster class lapping car to make the overtake, but on a track as narrow and as short as Blackwood Historic, you know, it's incredibly narrow, as you can visually see, in 3.3 kilometers, 2.1 miles in length. You can see that overtaking is 1, tricky, and 2, very frequent, as the track is quite short.
Scattle is taking his drive-through penalty at the moment. That's a disappointing one for him.
So Scattle jumps out. He's through into turn 2 now, as Climbs is approaching the end of the back straight into turn 6. So that we'll see exactly how much that drive-through penalty has hindered Scattle when Climbs makes his stop a bit later on in the race. Looks as though Inferno though has made a stop at some point too. The gap between him and P1 is massive, as well as Takahashi is into the final corner. When will they commit to the pit lane? Looks as though they're coming in as we speak. Stay on board with the Akagi Red Suns. See how late they wait to break the pit lane speed limit. Oof, very, very close, right on the button there. Chooses a pit box halfway down the pit straight, and we'll see exactly where that brings them out. jumping on board with Inferno now. Of course, minimum pit stop times for the XFR and UFR both identical at 40 seconds. As Inferno side by side with the number 20 Gum Garage car driven by Mr. Fetch at the moment. Both of these two on track at the moment, solo entries, both doing the entire race on their own and strategy included. Where is Takahashi? So they're about to leave the pit lane. Look from the top down view. Where's Inferno? Just rounding turn 1 now. So there's about 5 or 6 seconds between these two now. But Takahashi goes through. We jump back to Inferno again. Looks as though the Akagi Red Suns have one-upped Cruise God in terms of pit stop time. I'll get you the figures on exactly how long these two have stopped for in respect to each other, but I would assume that they would be able to serve their minimum pit stop times from just doing natural pit stops throughout the race. 40 seconds is not a lot of time to be stationary. Where we will really have to do the maths is when we calculate the LRF pit stops times. Of course, the LX6 having to stop for a whopping 228 seconds throughout the race, but at least it can be spread over multiple pit stops.
Scattle is back in for another drive-through penalty, having run wide on the exit of the pit lane and gone over the pit blend line. So the battle for third and fourth is well and truly over now, unfortunately. For now, unless a competition caution, Jack, maybe? No.
Looks as though Michael for Free Candy Racing in P5 is just rounding turn number 6 now as he makes his way up to the start-finish line. Will Scattle miss out on another position?
No, Scattle's well in front. He's in to turn to... Oh, roll! A car is... Oh, no. That was weird.
Let's just jump straight back to Scattle then.
It was Inferno. It was Inferno. It looked as though Inferno had rolled. I was on board with Scattle. And it looked as though Inferno had rolled, but no, he's not rolled. He's fine. We did not have our first roll of the day. That would have been bad for Inferno if it had been him. But it was not
me,
Inferno.
You are, Chris.
Scaring myself as well. It must have been a bit of lag.
So it looks as though left to stop now, at least in the NGTR class. We have Climbs in 3rd position, currently the only car in the NGTR class not to stop. Still on the tyres and tank of fuel that he started the race with. In the LRF class, at least it looks like Roni out up in front is leading the way. He's not stopped yet, neither has Genuine Racing's Nico Pantola, number 87, currently in P2, still yet to stop. Datafy again just behind, couple corners down in P number 3, at 3rd position at the moment, again yet to stop. Simjintas as well, yet to stop in that LX6, but Team Rock Racing's nobody. Currently, in terms of who stopped in the LRF class, has the net lead somewhat. One stop under nobody's belt, currently P12 overall, P5 in class. Ayub, who was leading the race earlier on, has made a stop. Not quite sure exactly how long for though. Well, I would assume that it's a sizable amount of time considering the gap now. He sits in P number 6 and 13th overall after being in the lead of this race. 228 seconds though is the minimum time that LX6 has to stop. If he chooses to make a 2-stop strategy, he's going to have to cut that minimum pit stop time down the middle. And then we've got Patrick Hinkler as well, currently sitting P14 or P7 in class again with 1 stop under his belt.
Yeah, I think Patrick must have sat for longer than some of the other ones in that LX6. First round of pit stops, same with Dave as well. So it's going to be interesting to see how they come back to the field at some point later on. The gap between Takahashi and Inferno is 6 seconds exactly at the moment. So that gains, Takahashi gained around about 1.5 seconds by staying out slightly longer in that first stint. But it seems as though Takahashi has the speed at the moment and is now pulling a little bit clear of Inferno, which is good news for them, but not as good news for us because we'll miss the entertainment of their battle.
Yeah, last time around, the Akagi Red Sun's currently sitting in P1, a 1 minute 14.48, P2, a 1 minute 14.81, so just shy of 4/10 of a second faster as your race leader. But again, Inferno holds the fastest lap of the race as Nico Puntola gets a drive through. Has he jumped out of the race? Is that a retirement? Or
Yes, it
Genuine
appears to be.
Racing's Nico Puntola? That's a shame. So I'm going to sit on board with Takahashi for about a lap and do a bit of what I would do if I was trying to analyse somebody, maybe to learn from them. And then I'm going to jump on board with the Cruise God in P2 Inferno, the number 75 car. And I'm going to try and spot where I think maybe Inferno could potentially improve on pace. Of course, these two cars, again, very similar skins, identical cars, could be running radically different setups. But you would have assumed that they'd be somewhat similar, so approaching turn number 6 now. Keep an eye on where the braking point is just as the track starts to drop away from you. You can hear the revs dropping as the front driven axle almost locks up. Nice and controlled though. Nice apex speed and exit out of turn 6 and across the line. Keep an eye on that speedo on the left. 120 kilometers an hour across the start finish line almost. Nice smooth steering inputs, hindered slightly by the RAC. You're going to be slightly to the left of where you'd like to be through turn number 2 under the OEC bridge. Braking at about 45 meters for turn number 3 and 4, the right and the left. So a 20.65 split, number 1, 20.53 for Inferno behind. We'll finish this lap to the line and then we'll jump on board with Inferno in P number 2. But I mean, doesn't look like the Akagi Red Suns out in the lead can do much to get any more time out of what they're doing. They are currently the pace setters at the moment. Seem to be pulling even more of a gap on the Cruise God car in P2. But again, don't hold the fastest lap at the moment. Both of the front two, having stopped very recently, will be nice and heavy in terms of fuel and fresh tyres, so it's going to be a while before we start to see some more fastest laps. But let's jump on board with Inferno in P2. See if we can pick anything up on this lap. So again, similar commitment through turn 1 in terms of staying on the power, but it looks as though, at least I noticed that Inferno brakes slightly earlier for the right-hander of turn 1 as the track drops away from you when you get downhill, but potentially trying to get off the brakes a bit early and was almost slightly wide at the right-hand part of turn number 1. Nice through turn number 2, massively hindered by the RAC. Is that Datafy? As we go through turn number 5. You're curious to see exactly where the Akagi Red Suns compare to Cruise God on the brakes into turn number 6. So that seems to be the corner with the most commitment, highest speed braking zone. And again, it's downhill. If the track drops away from you, you can see you approach the crest just here, and you don't brake till the track just starts to drop away from you. And again, you can hear that front axle almost locking, the revs dropping away. The gap 6.76 seconds. So it looks as though Inferno are consistently faster in split 1, just seem to lose a bit more time in sector 2. Of course, those lap times are not directly comparable. Cruise God, the car we currently ride on board with, massively hindered at this very corner last time around.
And that's our final driver in the NGT class, hadn't pitted yet, climbs into the pits. He'll be looking not to make the same mistake as his erstwhile battling partner Scattle and get a drive-through penalty.
We currently ride on board with Sim Jintas in the LX6. These two very close on track, Sim Jintas and Team Rock Racing's Nobody just behind in the FZ5. They're separated by about 1.6 seconds. It looks as though the car we currently ride on board with is slightly faster, as the car of Datafy, I believe, he just left the pit lane, jumps into the middle of this mix, so we've got a few cars separated by only a few seconds now. Keep an eye on Datafy again. I think he's freshly out of the pit, so it might take a lap or two for those road supers to come up to temperature. He's currently closely followed by Team Rock Racing's Nobody. I believe they've stopped and had a driver swap at some point. Car looks pretty healthy though, as you can see the number 7 Google Hop Racing Team car of Cozzy sitting in P3 in the NGTR class, wants to try and get his way past this lap traffic. Again though, you'll see that the FZ5 seems to get the legs on the UFR at the end of the straight in terms of top speed. But we ride on board with Cozzy as we approach the braking zone. You'll see how that gap to the FZ5 comes right down in the braking zone. The little UFR is just so light, and with the aid of slick tyres and the lack of weight, it's just able to brake so much later. They're going to run side by side into turn 1 at least. Maybe a potential lift there from Team Rock Racing's Nobody to make Cozzy's life a little easier into turn number 1 as they swap for positions. But again, looking back from the LX6 of Sim Jintas now, you can see the RAC of Datafy. These two separated by 0.5 of a second, and then a further 1.5 back to the FZ5 of the Team Rock Racing car, the number 72 machine. Don't think it quite has the pace to get mixed up with the RAC and the LX6, but again, there's contact between the two at the apex of turn number 5 as we get onto the back straight. Again, the more pit stops we make, the more of the minimum pit stop times these guys serve throughout the race, the closer they will be later on. You can see the Akagi Red Suns there just tucking into the back of the slipstream of that RAC towards the end of the straight, as the road car slightly gets again the legs on the slower race car, at least in a straight line.
I'm very interested to see how the LRF class develops as the race leader in LRF Ronnie pits. Given the different, obviously the wildly different minimum pit stop times, it's put Ayub and Patrick Hinkle to the back, and they were the quickest during that first stint, so it'll be very interesting over the next 100 laps or so. Well, might be 100 laps, then maybe 94 laps for them, to see who can gain the advantage back in that class. A funny feeling that Ronnie hasn't served as long in the pits for this first stop as Ayub and Patrick did, because he's coming out in the lead still. So some interesting tactics at play there from Ronnie at his first pit stop.
So just look at the RAC of Datafy, slightly late on the brakes, has to commit to a late apex there, couldn't get the car turned in where he wanted to, but he seems to be closing up to the back of that LX6 by Sim Jintas at the moment. We're going to ride on board with Datafy, probably just see in the rear view mirror the roof at least of that UFR as the Cruise God car, number 75 in P2, slots past the RAC. Again, you can see the LX6 of Sim Jintas yielding the inside line through turn number 2. The left-hander as we go under the bridge. I'll be curious to see how close these cars are onto the limit as Datafy gets the left rear on the grass as he turns into the right-hander of turn 3. Very, very quick to apply the opposite lock to that and save the car from completely going round. And again, the gap doesn't seem to have increased too much. Maybe only lost about 6 to 8 tenths of a second there. Well held from number 4 machine, currently sitting P10 overall and 3rd in class. So looks like at least that gap has somewhat reset, so we're going to slowly take our time to at least jump through the running order as they stand at the moment. So NGTR class race leader at the moment is the Akagi Red Suns out. In the lead, they've got a 6.3 second gap to Inferno for Cruise God, as we see again just approaching the start finish line to start lap number 68 of 160. In number 3 we have Cozzy for Google Hop Racing Team, about to be lapped by looks of it, if not already, as it just exiting turn number 2 now, approaching turn 3. Takahashi just ahead actually, so it looks as though Cozzy has been lapped at least by the race leader. Man in second position just currently rounding the corner prior to that. Want to race a Scattle in P4 in the NGTR class. Again, everybody at least on track right now has made one pit stop. Things will still change as people serve the rest of their minimum pit stop time during the 90 somewhat laps that we have remaining here at Blackwood Historic Reverse. Recandy Racing's Michael in P5 in the NGTR class. Master Race Cars Mega in, again I'll say it, that gorgeous Vegemite skin. Just about to cross the start finish line. We currently have a 36-second gap to the car ahead and a sizable gap to the car behind, which is the number 20 garage car driven by Mr. Fetch. Hopefully we get a chance to speak to him, maybe even during the race later on. He is in the interview waiting room at the moment, ready to be dragged in, so we might have a chat with him later on. That rounds out the NGTR grid. Moving on to the LRF class now. Current race leader, Race Green Autosports Roni in the LX6. And you'd say arguably the LX6 is the faster car of the 3 available in the LRF class. But he's doing well to be in the lead with that minimum pit stop time. Maybe he's not chosen to serve a huge chunk of it just yet. He's got a decent lead over Sim Gentas, who currently sits in P2 in the LRF class, 9th overall, and you can see he's navigating his way through turn 5 onto the backstretch. He's only separated by 0.62 of a second back to Datafy. All 4 cars in shot right now, apart from the NGTR class car at the very back of this pack, are all racing for position. You can see just behind these two will stay focused on Datafy as he looks to make a move around the outside of the LX6 of Sim Gentas up into turn number 6, just not able to brake as late as that LX6, but arguably with a cleaner, maybe even a faster turn number 6 than the car ahead of him. What can he do as we approach turn number 1? We ride on board now, lifting slightly as to not commit to either side through turn number 1, chooses not to run side by side, but you can see how massively sideways Sim Gentas was there. Still has the inside line for turn number 2 though, the left-hander. Sim Gentas retains P2, but it looks like a switch back from Datafy gives him the position. Brilliant racing to allow room for each other here. No position switch, Datafy up into P2, P9 in class. Sim Gentas down to 3rd in the LRF class, but struggling massively with those rear tyre temperatures. So then we jump again further down the results. Team Rock Racing's nobody currently sitting in P11 overall, P4 in class, with Ayub again about a second down on the FZ5. Want to race Ayub behind the wheel of that number 25 machine in P12, P5 overall. And then we've got Patrick Hinkler currently again trying to close up to the back of the pack that we're racing for position that we just went through. The number 11 LX6 I think was leading this race at one point, maybe chose to serve the majority of his minimum pit stop time earlier on in the race, which is what Lacko did at the prior rounds. He currently has won every single race in the LRF class so far in Open Endurance Cup 5. Can't make the round today. I think we were talking to him in an interview and a prior round, and the reason he couldn't make it, he was expecting his baby daughter to be born on the day of the race, but luckily for him, she's 10 days old now, and he doesn't want to wake her up. Hopefully he is in the Twitch chat, so hello to you, Lacko. All the best for you and your family. Congratulations on your new family member and the LRF title as well. Because, yeah, even though you can't make it to this race, you've been so consistent and won all 3 of the prior ones. Nobody can catch you up. So we'll see what Patrick Hinkler can do later on in the race, of course.
Speaking of nobody, by the way, they're 3 wide on the back straight in the LRF. Nobody, St Gintas and Eyre. Well, they were. They're not now, but it looks like the 2 LX6s are going to make a move. Down into the final hairpin. Nobody. Oh, St Gintas runs wide and almost clips Eyre and then almost ends up the pit lane.
So Sim Gintas almost into an impromptu pit stop. Luckily those posts are movable. Was able to rejoin back to the racing line, but has lost a little bit of time. Hopefully though, if Ayub can keep on the back of this Team Rock Racing FZ5, these two battling will allow Sim Gintas to catch up again and make this a 3-way fight. We'll ride on board with Ayub now as there's contact between the two at the apex of turn 2. Under the bridge we run. You'd expect the LX6, of course, to be the faster car at this part of the track.
I'd just like to clarify that is nobody this time, not somebody. So I'm right this time.
We should confirm as well which of the Takahashis is driving the Akagi Redson's car out in the lead, because they both have identical, well, very similar names anyway.
It is still the one with the K.
So Ayub side by side with the Team Rock Racing car for a little bit at time before he tucks back into the slipstream again. I think the LX6 is the faster of the two in a straight line. Towards the end of the straight maybe. That FZ5 just seems to have a bit more torque through the gears, both naturally aspirated cars. Again, taken to the grass is Ayub on the exit of turn number 6, trying to get the traction down to get the best possible run across the start finish line into turn number 1. And the gap between these two, 0.59 of a second. But again, the LX6 just catches that FZ5 so much in the corner. Sorry, Chris.
No, I was going to say, I certainly think the interesting thing is looking at Ronnie's strategy here. I think Ronnie has not taken as long in the pits in the first stint because he got off a lead of 45 seconds out of nowhere. Whereas the other two LX6s of Ayub and Patrick ended up dropping back considerably. So I think that Ronnie will be trying to push as hard as he can at the moment and get as much of a gap for this second pit stop, likely second of 2 in this 160 lap race, where he will be taking the pain of the added time in the LX6 in the pits as he is being lapped by the other leader in the NGT, Takahashi. So that'll be interesting to see later on in this race.
But Ayub seems to have lost out quite a bit, having to yield to the FCR car number 47, Michael, through turn number 6. He's going to have to regroup and try and attack the Team Rock Racing FZ5 once more, as Michael and the FZ5 run side by side. You can see Michael on the outside, just lighter car, more grip, more power to weight, able to get that move done. And again, ladies and gentlemen, a little bit of a fact for you, for those that are watching still. Every single broadcast we've done so far at simbroadcast.tv, Peter Butcher has been the man behind all the cameras and the stream director and everything, making sure everything runs seamlessly. This is my first time ever in the driver's seat. So, apart from a few technical difficulties at the start, I think we're doing okay. I tell you, commentating on a 3¼ hour race is one thing, trying to keep the airways clear and the commentary interesting, but doing all the cameras and everything else is another task completely. But it's good that I've got at least Hilo Falkenberg, our series director and race organizer, alongside Elmo, giving me little bits of information throughout the race. And thank you again to yourself, Chris, for joining me for the final round of Open Endurance Cup 5, the longest race of the 4.
I I keep trying to retire, and you keep bringing me back. It's I'm supposed to be at home by now.
So Ayub up the inside at turn 2 has the move done and dusted. We look back from his car, we'll see how long it takes him to pull a gap of a second on the FZ5. Last time around in terms of lap times, Born to Race's Ayub 7/10 of a second faster. But you'd again expect the LX6 to be slightly faster, as the FZ5 of Nobody gets the back end out, at least trying to get the power down out of turn 5. You can see just how much that hindered him as we run down the straight.
Ayub must be sick to death of racing these FZ5s and racks today, because he's had to pass them twice now during this race. He just, I think he is the quickest in the LRF class. Oh, as Nobody comes very close to running up the back of him in the final hairpin. I think he has the pace to get to Ronnie, and Theo Falkenberg, our race director, says that Mega is the only person so far to have done their minimum pit stop time. I wait if he's got any further data on whether Ronnie has taken less time than Ayub, and what that will mean for the second pit stop, because I think that Ayub is still with a good chance of winning this on pace and also strategy.
Yeah, the only other car I'm curious to know about is that number 11 RM car, driven currently by Patrick Hinkler. I saw, at least in the opening stages of the race, he was quite close in terms of how far up the grid he was. I believe he started at least in P3 in the LRF class, currently sits in P6, but again with the 228 second minimum pit stop time, as Patrick Hinkler served as much as he can get away with, so that he only really has to take natural pit stops for the remainder of the race. So Ayub and Patrick Hinkler look at least somewhat similar in terms of lap time, with just a couple of tenths separating them to last time around. Ayub, of course, being the faster of the two, currently sitting in P2 as he attacks the RAC of Datafy into turn number 1. As the move made, jump to Ayub at the perfect time. Ayub now jumps up into 9th overall and P2 in class. As we look from the back of his LX6 now, you can see the gap right down behind the RAC to that FZ5 of Team Rock Racing's Nobody, the number 72 machine that he passed just a lap or two ago. And the gap again already just over 2.5 seconds to that FZ5. About, well, at least when they went over split number 1, they were only separated by half a tenth, but it looks almost like half a second now as we navigate down the back straight. So we are slowly but surely approaching the halfway point in this race. It's good to see that cars have not necessarily spread out too much. Again, there's about 7.3 seconds between P1 and 2 in the NGTR class, but somebody that I did not realise was as close to P3 as they are is Cozzy. We jump on board with the man in 3rd position, Google Hopf Racing team in the NGTR class. They only sit 1.75 seconds away from the number 75 of Cruise God. Again, that could be down to minimum pit stop times, but you would have thought, with both cars in the NGTR class having to serve only 40 seconds throughout a 3.25 hour race, that they'd just be able to serve their minimum pit stop time naturally and not have to be stationary in the pits for any longer than they should. And if that is the case, Cozzy is doing incredibly well to stay as close to the number 75 car.
Some information from our eyes in the sky, Tilo Falkenberg and Elmo, Chris McElroy. So, how big is Ronnie's lead at the moment? I would say it's 45 seconds. He has to stop for 78.76 seconds more than Ayub in the second pit stop. So it's a good gamble. It's quite an interesting gamble to get clear air and get far out as you possibly can in the front, but he's going to have to take the pain in the second round of pit stops.
So I
It will be
think
fascinating.
Ronnie has just under a rough sector of lap time or track position over Ayub. You can see Ronnie's just in the middle of the back straight now. Ayub is going through the left-hander of turn 2 as we approach the uphill section, sector 1. Not sure how accurate this is, but it looks as though on LFS Times it's displaying the gap at around, I think it said about 16 seconds, but I think it's a lot more than that. But with the minimum pit stop times that you just reeled off, it is indeed 40.18 seconds. It's going to be very close when they both stop for their allotted time. Team Rock Racing's nobody has a drafting partner there. That is the Akagi Red Suns, the current race leaders, tucking into the slipstream of the Team Rock Racing FZ5 as we approach the very final corner to complete lap 80 of 160. So we have reached the halfway point when the Akagi Red Sun car crosses the start-finish line. Here they come now. Across the line they go to start lap number 81 of 160. And again, they currently sit 7.84 seconds ahead of P number 2, and whoever takes the checkered flag, whether it's Akagi Red Suns as they make their way past the RAC of Data Fight, or if we switch back to Cruise God's Inferno, again 7 seconds back down the road, whoever out the top 2 crosses the line in front of the other will take the championship. So Inferno again now under massive amounts of pressure, second in the standings, currently second on track as well. They're going to win. They need to beat the Akagi Red Suns here at Blackwood.
I don't know if my whisper's working, but yeah, it's fine. Just in case the broadcast still can. That's fine. Just tell me what car you leave me on, and I'll just do a rundown of the order or something and what we've seen so far.
So the Takahashi is again 8 seconds in front of P2. Who's God? They nicely slot past the FZ5 of the Team Rock Racing number 72 car. Again though, Cozzy in P3 rounding, you can see the UFR just ahead of the shot there, the Akagi Red Suns. So Cozzy doing a very good job for Google Hopf Racing Team to retain P3 with only a 2-second gap to the second step up on the podium. Is that a car committing to the pit lane? Maybe not. I think I'm seeing things, Chris. And we're only halfway through.
It's a long race, as we've said before, 160 laps. Oh, as Patrick Hinkler times out the server, that's not very good, because I think he was still in a good position for a podium today, and that's very, very unfortunate for him.
So that's another DNF, I think 2 in total so far this race. We had Genuine Racing's Nika Puntola retire after a drive-through penalty during the initial round of pit stops, and then regrettably we've lost another LRF car. So I want to keep my eye on Ayub, because he's absolutely taking chunks of time out of the car ahead of him. Last time around, Eyre was exactly a second faster than Roney. Roney last time around a 1 minute 19.93, Eyre a 1 minute 18.91, so 1.02 seconds faster was the man who currently sits in P2 in the LRF class. You can see on the position list on the left hand side, all the cars with red numbers are the NGTR class, all the cars with green numbers are the LRF class. Eyre currently sitting P9, P2 in the LRF class, as he's got Inferno for Cruise God trying to overtake him around that outside at turn number 2. Easily done when you're a hot hatch with slick tyres, racing against the fictional Caterham equivalent within Live for Speed with road tyres. So Eyre again, consistently faster than Roney, ahead of him. The gap I think was around about 12 seconds. We'll see exactly where it is when they cross the sector line just a little bit further down this straight.
Interesting, Takahashi has now pulled out a 9-second lead over Inferno. It's looking very good for him after 85 out of 160 laps. 75 to go for this race. This long, demanding race, despite it being a very short track. 160 laps of this Blackwood historic reversed. 106 laps, keep your concentration. 106 laps not to run into the back of somebody when you're lapping them, which we've seen, well, numerous occasions today. That's almost happened. And now you can get toward the second round of pit stops, which I expect to start around about lap number 105 for the NGTs. So Takahashi went 55 laps on his first tyres and fuel. If he does that again, he'll be in around about lap 110 for a classic two-stop strategy.
Looks as though Master Race Cars Mega has pulled the trigger on the second round of pit stops just a little bit earlier. I probably switched the cameras to Mega about 3 or 4 corners ago, and they currently sit in P6, of course overall and in class, with a nice 21-second gap to the car ahead, which is Free Candy Racing's Michael. But Mega was in the pit lane just a few laps ago as he gets the rear left on the grass out of turn number 1. A 25.48 second pit stop. He refueled. There was a major body damage repair and some work went into the left front and right front as well. So a nice fresh car for Mega in terms of damage. Looks as though everything is pointing in the right direction now, and you can appreciate that Vegemite skin a little bit more. But yeah, Mega's the only car at the moment to stop more than once. Everybody else has exactly 1 pit stop under their belt. So I just wonder where Roney is. Where's Roney? He's navigating through turn number 1 now. Eyre is currently on the back straight, so that gap is a lot bigger than I thought it was. Looks as though Eyre is definitely still taking significant chunks of time out of the LRF class race leader. Again, just for context, Eyre, who we currently focus on last time around, a 1:18.84. Let's see what he can do this time around as he approaches the start finish line. It is a 1 minute 18.71. Meanwhile, just ahead, well, I say just ahead, about half a lap ahead, but just ahead in terms of position in the lead of the LRF class, Roney in the 19s, so around about half a second to 6/10 slower in the same machinery as the current LRF class leader. But again, these two could be slightly offset in terms of strategy, maybe not so offset to account for the 6/10 of a second difference in lap time. We'll definitely keep an eye on this battle. Lap 87 of 160 For our race leaders at least, the LRF class you can expect have been lapped a few times. They may only be on like lap 84 or 85, but again, plenty of racing action still to come. I think Eyre has more than enough time to close the gap to the leader of the LRF class. As again, we've not seen any improvements on any fastest splits or sector times since lap 50. Lap 47 was the lap that Inferno for Cruise Guards, currently sitting in P2, set the fastest lap of the race. You see the purple number at the very bottom of the screen, and on the left hand side indicates he owns the fastest lap of the race. Again, fastest man in sector 1 as well on lap 42, but it is the Akagi Red Suns at the moment that hold the race lead by just under 10 seconds, 9.37 seconds to be precise. And again, they currently hold the fastest lap in, the fastest sector 2.
It appears that Omega has just retired from the race and disconnected from the server. That's unfortunate for him. He was running in sixth position in the NGT class.
Mega may have suffered from a puncture.
No, it's Scatto that's got the puncture. Scatto, who's in fourth position, has a puncture at the back end of the track there, Jack. That's a little bit early. He definitely would have locked up, I'd imagine, this time. To have a puncture that early into the stint. I would have thought he'd gone another 10-15 laps on those tyres at minimum.
Is that a front left puncture?
Front left puncture, yep.
At least the corners remaining up to the pit lane are left-handers. The majority of the weight on the car will be on the right-hand side. He might not suffer too much.
Oh, well,
again, he will if he gets on the grass and straight into the wall. Huge damage on the front of that UFR. You can see it almost looks like a different species now. As the headlights are in a different postcode to one another.
It looks like the new BMWs.
I think the grill's big enough, Chris.
No, probably not. I was going to say, the UFR was a small car before, but now it's half the size.
And again, you can see the amount of lock he's having to put on the car to keep it in a straight line, and massive overspeed into the pits gets him a drive-through penalty. Of course, the front left having a puncture means that that front axle's going to lock up straight away the second you go near the brake pedal. So again, huge damage to the front of that. A lengthy pit stop for the man currently in P5. Not only for the damage, but again, having to return to the pit lane to serve that drive-through.
He's not repairing damage. So I don't think that car... I think that car will be scraping on the ground. So he's going to have to come back in, I'd imagine, another 2 times. I mean, it looks ridiculous. It looks amazing. I mean, it's got a big mouth now. The entire engine bay has been crumpled on that car, and it is now the shape of what the barrier it looks like.
I would not like to be in that car because he'd be kicking the firewall right now. I think he wouldn't be able to reach the pedals because there'd be a gearbox in the way now after that huge front end contact. Luckily, we're on a simulator. Otherwise, he'd be in the medical centre right now.
It's a shame we don't have a picture of the driver's wheels or something like feet at the moment doing the pedals. I'm pretty sure it pushed right back into the cockpit of the car. I think his car, it seems to be bouncing around an awful lot. He might get away with not pitting for the damage, but that would be incredibly lucky.
Yeah, the alignment doesn't look too far off. Of course, we saw that right hand lock he was applying on the way up to the pit lane. That could just be, again, accounting for the puncture on the front left. But even though he has the damage down the straight, it looks as though the steering wheel is somewhat in a straight line, maybe 3 or 4 degrees to the right hand side. Looks pretty stable under braking. He's coming straight back in though. Again, had a lap to size up the car. Again, had to commit to the pit lane within 3 laps to serve his drive-through penalty. Let's see if we can get it slowed down this time.
His first stint, the battle that he was having over third position was so good, and it's just all gone away since he had that incident on the first pit stop when he got the 2 drive-through penalties. It's all just sort of gone wrong since then.
It looks as though he's lost a position now too. The number 20 car of Mr. Fetch for Gun Garage. Whether that was a change for position in terms of they were on the same lap as one another, I'm not sure. But Scattle now making his way round turn 2. as Mr. Fetch is just ahead in turns 3 and 4. Looks as though Scattle has a lap on that number 20 car, so Scattle retains P5. Mr. Fetch for Gun Garage unlapping himself during Scattle's issues there.
I hope the tyre barrier is okay, because that was a hell of an impact.
It was indeed, as it looks like Michael in 4th place, sitting nice and pretty. He's currently 34 seconds clear. Or sorry, 26 seconds clear of Scattle just behind. And Michael for Free Candy Racing now up into P4. And here we start to see the fastest splits again. Sorry, Chris, carry on.
Sorry, Inferno nearly rolled on the chicane we've been talking about. I know I thought he'd rolled earlier, but he hadn't. But this time it looked as though he was close.
Well, he went... Well, I want to say he went purple, but he matched the fastest split time from lap 42 in the first sector this lap. A 20.36 second sector 1 this time around. Not enough to improve on the fastest split one, but enough to match it. At least on my timing screen, sector 1 is displayed as purple on lap 93. We'll see what he can do in the final sector. Of course, not had any draft to gain any extra time to maybe potentially set the fastest lap, which is currently a 1 minute 13.93. A 1 minute 14.17, so 2/10 shy of the fastest lap of the race. But again, 2/100ths of a second slower than the Akagi Red Suns out in the lead, so that gap slowly going up. Currently sits at 12.9 seconds from P1 to P number 2. But again,
Scattle
only 7 seconds. Only
Scattle's
7
been back in the
seconds.
pits, sorry.
It's alright, only 7 seconds separates Cozzy from Inferno. So Scattle now back out on track. Again, P5 overall. Nice fresh face to that UFR. Hopefully it's a little bit more drivable for him as well.
And so, after 91 laps, is it now?
94 for the lead.
94. Sorry, I was watching Scattle. Scattle's suddenly gone from the lead lap to 4 laps down. So Takahashi still leads, having led for, I think, all but 1 lap, to be honest. And that 1 lap was just when Inferno nipped past on the line. They are in second position, some 13 or so seconds behind the erstwhile race leader, in fact 13 seconds exactly. Cozzy is in third position in the number 7 machine, followed by Michael Malik and Scattle, the previously mentioned, who's just had an unfortunate stint culminating in a massive accident with the just ring out tyre wall. And rounding out the NGT class is Mr. Fetch in 6th position. Still leading in LRF is Ronnie on an alternate strategy from erstwhile leader in the LRF class, Abe, who is currently in 2nd position, but we know that he has a far
Oh,
less...
it looks as though Mr. Fetch has been off the track. Rejoins just ahead of Ayub there. Mr. Fetch again still in P number 6, and Ayub not hindered too much by the...
I think he's got a puncture.
So far, return him to the track. Yes, Mr. Fetch's day goes from bad to worse. Looks as though he's got a front right puncture, and with the track being anti-clockwise, he's going to suffer with the amount of left-handers that he's got separating him from the pit lane. See, flash of the hazards now to let everybody else know that he is limping his way back to the pits.
Slightly confused as to that one, because it looks as though he at one point must have... Oh, another retirement. Sinjintas is retired from the LRF class. Mr. Fetch, though, that's confusing, because if I was looking at that, Jack, would you not say that front right looks as though it hasn't been changed, but the others have?
I'm not quite sure. It's hard for me to use the little F9 widget when on cameras, but I assume that that's the case. It certainly looks going to struggle again, turning all the way to the left-hand side for the almost 180-degree corner that is turn 6, and again needs to be very careful getting on the brakes to approach the pit speed line. We'll ride on board. You can just hear, as soon as he goes near the brakes, it's going to lock straight up. Or as he loses the ability to steer when braking due to that puncture, manages to get it slowed down and not incur a time penalty.
I think that while we're on Mr. Fetch, we should mention his livery jack, which has logos dedicated to the Formula 2 driver Antoine Hubert, who unfortunately, of course, as we all know, it's the anniversary, or the year anniversary from his death, unfortunate death at Spa-Francorchamps last year. So he has some fetching logos for in memory of Antoine Hubert.
Yeah, it's always nice to see Antoine's logo, the AH19, shared everywhere on social media, and to see it on a car on sim broadcast stream for Open Endurance Cup 5 is a touching tribute.
And just to complete the order, we have Eyre in second, as I was saying, and TRR's Nobody, Not Somebody, I will get that right eventually, and Datafy rounds out the LRF class, just 4 remaining after a spate of retirements in the second half of this race, which is disappointing, but I think that quite a lot of them have had connection issues, it feels like today. But yeah, so 6 left in NGT and 4 left in LRF for the remainder of this race, as we are on lap 96 now. 97 even. I will get things right today at some point.
We're only a few corners into lap 97, I'll let you off, but we'll ride on board with the Akagi Red Suns for a few moments. I'm going to go and refill my drink, leave you with Chris. I'll be back soon.
If we So I think that once they come across the line, we can go for a quick lap guide of this track as we reach the lap 100 mark in a couple of laps' time. We're approaching the second round of pit stops, which means that there is roughly an hour to go in this race, maybe just slightly over, of this 1 minute 13 second lap time. The fastest lap of the race remains a 1 minute 13.93. As we come up the hill here at Blackwood, swing slightly to the right hand side to give you a good run into this first corner, which leads immediately into turn number 2. Downhill, difficult in a GTR car, slightly easier in an NGT car, but the way that the UFR balances doesn't really like that corner. Into turn number 3, try and not hit the sausage curve on the inside, get a good exit for the uphill under the Avon Bridge before we sweep slightly to the left of the track before plunging to the right. Avoid those horrible red curves and that just running out tyre barrier through the right and the left before the most important corner on the track. Turn number 5, take a nice late apex, swing out to the outside of it and down this long back straight, the main overtaking place, as you've seen at many points today, including when Takahashi and Inferno, who are now separated by 14.35 seconds, went side by side for 3 laps down this back straight. Go up the hill slightly, passing the green light there. Normally on Blackwood you would go into this chicane here on the left hand side, but not today. We're taking the new entrance down into this hairpin, which makes it very, very tricky, very bumpy under braking. Take a late apex again, swing out to the outside, and that's a lap of Blackwood. Once you come round this nice little kink here to the right and back up the hill. That's how short this lap is, and it's often makes for some frenetic racing in various different classes. Today, less so at the moment, with Takahashi having a good, nice, comfortable lead as he swings left and right again and back out for turn number 3. Passing the New Dimension Racing sign there, which has been added to Live for Speed. Jonathan Palmer clearly paid quite a lot of money for that added privilege. Takahashi, you can see there the UFR, because it's a front-wheel drive car and it's quite light, it's quite easy to have some balance issues under braking when there's some interesting change in directions, especially at a track like Blackwood where it's constantly changing direction. And this will give you a nice dedication, nice differences in how the LX6 ahead of us there of our second place runner there from Abe and the UFR handled this final corner. The LX6 of course based on the Caterham. So let's see how they take it into the final corner, staying nice and wide under braking. You can see there the LX6 struggling to make it through the corner with its road tyres. Takahashi taking no prisoners on the corner exit. The LX6 will be reasonably close to being alongside us though, because the power and weight between the two isn't that different. And they will have to fall in behind us now as we plunge back down into turns 1 and 2. Takahashi running slightly wide there. It's very easy to do in that corner. Yes, this track, of course, the original classic Live for Speed track, going the opposite direction, has been Live for Speed since day one. The Blackwood Classic with its boxy cars back in the day, I remember that. I remember having a demo from about 2004, I think, when I first played Live for Speed, and it's always been a challenging track in sim racing as Blackwood. It's nice to see it still has place on everybody's schedule list. As you can see there on the left hand side, you can see a crowd. That's very unrealistic for 2020, unfortunately, in motorsports at the moment. As we come down to complete lap 100 out of 160 for Takahashi, whose lead is steadily going up over Inferno, this battle for the race and the championship, but it does seem as though the Takahashi clan are in command at the moment. The 14.5 second lead, they have stretched it from 4 seconds at the end of stint number 1. A 1:14.16 there for Takahashi. Fastest lap remains from lap 42, a 1:13.93, which both Inferno and Takahashi managed to do. It is a shame that Takahashi has dropped off in this second stint. I think it started off with traffic issues, and now generally Takahashi just seems to have a pace advantage. 20.45 first sector as we sweep through this tricky chicane again. I am certainly surprised that nobody has hit that sausage curb and rolled over, or even hit this curb slightly and pitched into those strange sort of hay bale there on the exit of that corner, but thankfully nobody's done that yet. A nice smooth lap this from Takahashi. It's just about being consistent at the moment for them with a 14.61 second lead. So, Jack, which of these cars would you like to be driving out there today? Would you go for the pure racer's car in the LX6, or maybe a boat in the FZ5 or RAC, or would you want to stick with the UFR or XFR?
Well, I've always been one to gel with the cars that have slick tyres within LFS. Can't really say that I've done a lot of racing on LFS. Most of my sim career has been on other games like iRacing, for example, but yeah, I seem to gel a lot with the open wheelers. So the closest to that, I would say, is the UFR, just because it's incredibly light, slick tyres. Of course, radically different to an open wheeler, but in terms of power to weight, and yeah, I think out of all the cars available in Open Endurance Cup, I'd probably choose the UFR. It seems to be slightly faster on lap time than the XFR, for example, and with identical minimum pit stop times, it seems like it would be my car of choice. So I'd probably be sat in the same car as the guys in first, second, and third at the moment. But if I was to choose my favourite car out of the LRF class, I probably would have to go with the LX6. There's just something about that car that, I don't know, even though it has road tyres which do handle and age differently to the slicks, it just seems to be a pure driver's car, like you say. You know, I can have a look at the current class information. You can see the massive differences between the cars in the LRF class. That front engined rear wheel drive LX6 with the least amount of power out of all three available in the LRF class, just, don't know, tickles my fancy, to say the least.
I think the NGT class is certainly a very interesting class of car. Certainly, I think it's more interesting to me, as you say, because of the slick tyres than the road cars, especially the boats. Can't stand them personally. Yeah, I would probably go along with that. I think the XFR for me is a better driving experience to the UFR, but it lacks the speed.
Yeah, slightly heavier, but slightly more power. But again, I would say I definitely prefer the gearbox in the XFR. having to not only manage everything you would during a stint, you have to manage the clutch temperature as well in the UFR, with it having a traditional H pattern gearbox. You can flat shift, but again, have to do it in the right places. Very close in the braking zone into turn 2. Was the race leader just lapping there? Again, the leader of the LRF class. The Kage Redson's now approaching the number 20 car of Mr. Fetch for Gun Garage. A flash of the right hand indicator to indicate that Mr. Fetch wanted the number 1 car, currently sitting in P1, to take the inside line through turn 3 and 4. Again, to just run you down the order a little bit, the Kage Redsons out in the lead at the moment will take the championship if they finish in this order, currently all to play for. They are 16 seconds ahead of Inferno for Cruise God in the somewhat sister car. Very similar paint schemes. Cruise God currently, again, like I said, 16 seconds down the road in P2. In P number 3, just shy of 15 seconds behind is Cozzy for Google Hopf Racing Team, the number 7 car, currently in P number 3. Free Candy Racing's Michael Malek in P number 4. He's about, I think, a lap down on the leaders. Maybe not a full lap down on the guys in 2nd and 3rd. Moving back to P5 though, we've got Born to Race a Scattle in the UFR after incurring massive damage about 20 laps ago. And a couple trips down pit road. One to fix the puncture they picked up initially and then chose not to fix damage. Another pit stop to commit to a drive-through. And then I believe another further, well, the second one was obviously just a run down pit lane but not a full stop. But then the third time that car took to the pit lane in just 3 laps. Scattle was not happy with the way the car handled with the damage. Chose to jump into the pits and fix it so that he could at least run the remaining laps without having to nurse the car. And then we've got the number 20 car, Mr. Fetch. We'll probably have a chat with him at some point before the end of the race and maybe after as well to see how he got on. Again, he's currently sat in the interview waiting room, so we can drag him in and have a chat with him later on. He currently sits in P6, rounding out the NGTR class. Moving on to the LRF class, we've got Race Green Autosports Roni currently sat in the lead of the race, just 2.9 seconds behind Mr. Fetch in the class ahead, and these two are on, I believe, the same lap as one another. Technically almost for racing position between two classes is the number 96 in the lead of the LRF class, 7th overall, and the car in 6th position in the NGTR class. Moving back to P2 in the LRF class, we've got Born to Race's Ayub, currently 16 seconds behind the man in P number 1, Race Green Autosports Roni, and Ayub again seems to be taking about just over half a second out of the man in the lead of the LRF class every lap. So in, well, you'd say before the end of the race, Ayub has more than enough time to catch it up and potentially take the lead of the LRF class as he currently sits in P2. Moving back to P3 and P9th overall, the Team Rock Racing entry, number 72, driven by somebody and nobody. Nobody currently the man behind the wheel of that number 72 machine. The only FZ5, I believe, in the race. Again, moving back to P number 4 in the LRF class, we have the RAC of Datafy, the number 4 machine, currently 10th overall, rounding out the 10 runners that we currently have for the very final round of Open Endurance Cup 5. So I'm going to jump back to Ayub. I'm going to sit on board with him for a lap, and then I might jump on board with Roni, the man in the lead, currently in identical machinery to Ayub, but lapping consistently around about half a second down, if not more, than the man we currently ride on board with. You can see the number 7 machine of Cozzy peeking in the rearview mirror of Ayub as they run side by side now. Of course, Cozzy, the faster of the two cars, manages to make the move out on the outside, get the overlap done before the braking zone, commit to the apex of turn 3 and 4, and that's the safe way to overtake with neither car losing a significant amount of time. But again, I'm starting to see purple sectors, or at least I did last lap. So not again seen an actual purple sector since lap 95, when Inferno, currently sitting in P2, set the fastest split number 1. The fastest lap of the race has not been beaten since lap 47, and we're on lap 108 now. So as again, like you said, Chris, the pit stop window opens up again, we'll start to see, just before the cars stop to refill their fuel and change tyres, some more purple laps. So Ayub across the line, the gap from him to Roney is 15.6 seconds. Last time around, again, Roney just ahead of the car we're currently locked on, did a 1 minute 19.36, and Ayub, who we're currently watching, a 1 minute 18.87. So quite a significant time difference consistently between these two, and that gap's only going to get shorter.
Into the pit lane comes our race leader, Jack.
So the Takahashis for the Akagi Red Suns committing to their second stop. It looks as though Inferno has already committed to the pit lane for a second time. They currently round turn 5, making their way down the back straight. Takahashi's car still stationary in the pit lane. So when the Akagi Red Sun car jumps back onto the track, they should be able to go until the very end of the race, and they've set off from their pit box. They're currently on the pit exit line. Inferno, it's just rounding the final corner, so nowhere near close enough to make a move. Something maybe like, I think the gap's probably around about 15 seconds. As Inferno crosses the line now, and you can see the Takahashi car navigating its way through turns 3 and 4, the right and the left hander. So it looks as though at least the top two have stopped for as long as they need to stop. Looks as though the pit stop that we've just seen, the Takahashis, was a 20.61 second stop. Refueling all tyres, of course, no damage repairs needed on that car.
So no driver change for the Takahashis?
Don't believe so. There's still Kei Takahashi behind the wheel of that number 1 machine.
Well, a little birdie is saying in our ears, I don't know if you can hear him, that if Takahashi hasn't changed drivers, then that means Inferno is on course to win the Drivers' Championship.
Well, that's a spanner in the works then. Well, the Akagi Red Suns. So again, I'm not sure if we're going to see another set of fastest laps before the race is over. It depends how tight these guys are on fuel as they approach the checkered flag.
Just to give you some context, everybody out there, so why that means that Inferno would win this Drivers' Championship. At the previous round, you know, Jack, we were talking about earlier, we can't identify which Takahashi it is in the car. Well, the previous race, the other Takahashi did the whole race. So this Takahashi and that Takahashi will miss 1 round each, giving Inferno the championship. Takahashi everywhere, it feels like at the moment. So
yeah, I'm assuming individual drivers' points are divided between the team at the end of the day, and because Inferno, who's currently navigating through turn number 1 as he starts lap 111, just a few corners behind the race leader, has basically been in that number 75 car for every lap of every race so far this year. And because of that, he's able to earn maximum amount of points since he's the only entrant in that team. And it looks as though he's done all he can, and even though he sits in P2 right now, he's going to win the championship at the end of it.
Appears those connection issues for nobody in the TRR car. Oh, he was coming into pits and now he is a 17-second lag and is back in, so lucky for him he didn't time out. Ayub is also in the pits for his second stop, and Ronnie has, of course, in the LRF class still not pitted, so it's going to come down to how much of a gap he will have when he has to make his 70-second pit stop over so he needs to pit for 70 more seconds than Ayub does, effectively. So, yeah.
What are Ronnie's tyres looking like now, Chris? If you were to estimate when he would enter the pits, when would it be?
They're good. I don't think he's going to have to make I think he made a tyre stop in the last one. I don't think he'll have to make a stop for tyres. It'll purely be for fuel and for time for Ronnie. So it'll be interesting to see how much time that saves him in the pits. Obviously, he doesn't have damage to repair. Also, he went so much longer in that first stint that I wouldn't be entirely surprised if he can go quite a considerably more laps than this. I don't expect to see him in the pits anytime soon, so LRF is going to be a confusing mess for at least another, I would say, 20 laps maybe, because I think he went 20 laps longer than everybody else in the first stint.
So if Ronnie's tyres are a pit stop old and he chooses to keep them on to the end of the race, would they be able to return to normal race temperature as easy as new ones? Would he rather? I mean, if he's going to be stationary for a big chunk of time, with the minimum pit stop time for the LX6 over the entire race being 228 seconds, would you rather swap tyres and deal with the heat peak, knowing that you can get the temperature into newer tyres a lot easier? Or would you stay on the old tyres and maybe take a little bit longer to get up to temperature but not have to deal with the heat peak?
Yeah, of course, that's a thought. Now you say that, of course, he's going to have to be sitting in the pits anyway, so he may as well take on new tyres. The road tyres generally act like the slicks, that they're quicker at the end when they're thinner in Live for Speed, so that's a possible consideration as well for him. But I guess, as you say, would you really want old tyres after you've been sitting in the pits for 100 seconds?
Yeah,
probably not.
Well, we know that the tyres in Live for Speed don't necessarily degrade in terms of performance over their lifespan. However, I know it's notoriously hard to get temperature into, well, not only the surface but the carcass of the tyre when the tread gets thinner as the tyres get older. So even though he'll still be able to, once the tyres are up to temperature, whip out the laps that he would on a new set that are getting up to temperature, he wouldn't necessarily have to deal with them overheating for, however many laps road supers do, maybe 10 to 15 depending on the track, of course. Will he choose to swap tyres and deal with the heat peak for a few laps, or will he keep on the old tyres and of course have to get that temperature back in over a longer period of time due to being stationary for so long in the pits?
I think I'm coming down on the fact that because he's got to be in the pits for so long, I think he'd be as well having the new boots, to be honest. I get that feeling. I think that's what he'll probably do. The tyres, I think, would have no issue going to the end of the race, as they are at the moment. 53 more laps on those with the road supers, as they're called, wouldn't be that much of an issue for him. But I guess you're right. If he's going to have to make the pit stop anyway, then it's going to be a long one. He may as well have the new boots rather than risking having issues coming out of the pits, because that car's notoriously twitchy as it is. So if you think you're going to be in a battle probably for the lead, then you would probably want new tyres, and imagine, in this position.
Yeah, so it's now just a matter of time before Ronnie commits to the pit lane. Obviously, we won't be able to, I don't think, of course, like you said, his tyres will last till the end, so he's not going to come in at the end of the tyres. We can't really tell how much fuel he has on board that LX6, so as soon as he commits to the pit lane, we will jump to him once more. But let's have a look back at the front again. So the Takahashi's now on lap 115. They're just navigating through turn 2, whilst Crew Squad are crossing the line just 15 seconds back down the road. Of course, if they finish as they are at the moment and Inferno takes P2, due to the way that the points split over the team per driver, and because Inferno has been the sole driver of the number 75 car for the entire duration of the season, all three races that we've had so far, and well, all 115 laps of race number 4, the season finale, have been completed by the man that currently sits behind the wheel in that number 75 car, meaning he will take the championship at the end of this race if he retains P number 2. But again, I think the Takahashi had the Akage Red Suns had a little bit of an issue last time around, because their last lap time was a 1 minute 16.35, and that's about 2 seconds off of their pace. We'll see what they're able to do when they get to the start finish line this time around. But to put it into context, the 1:16 last time from the race leader, 1:14.6 from the man in P number 2, and the Takahashi's again now crossing the start finish line again back in the 1 minute 14s. 1 minute 14.73 to be exact. Inferno for Cruise God, again about 15 seconds down the road, is about a tenth faster last lap. So again, the gap's now 14.9, so just under 15 seconds.
But
still plenty of time if he's
track,
consistently lapping this way to catch up to the back of the leader, but if he finishes where he is, he will still take the championship. Sorry, Chris.
I was going to say, according to the Twitch chat, he was half spun, so and actually looking at the state of his front right tyre, that does not look in a very good condition at the moment. He's completely, the wear is quite significant, not the wear, the temperature is quite significant on that front right at the moment, so I would be expecting him to be struggling over the next few laps. Also, his clutch temperature is slightly higher than I'd imagine he would want it to be, so not a very good few laps to the race leader.
Well, the race leader has, again, just under 15 seconds in terms of a gap to P number 2. So that's plenty of time to maybe back off just a little bit and try to get that temperature under control. Of course, if it is a lockup, and maybe it is just one part of the contact patch on the tyre, he needs to be careful on the brakes, because it's going to want to grab that part of the tyre every time, and temperatures can skyrocket. So we'll see if his pace seems to drop off. Last time around, he was again faster than the man, well, I say again, back to being faster than the man in P2 by 0.2 of a second. A 1 minute 14.8 for the race leader, and 1 minute 14.99, so just shy of 0.2 faster. And the gap again retains around about 15 seconds. Looks as though the closest cars on track is the battle for P4 in the LRF class. Datafy sits around about 3¼ seconds behind the LX6 of Ayoub. However, Ayoub seems to be the faster car in terms of lap time. Last time around, Datafy, who we're focused on stream right now, just behind the LX6, did a 1 minute 20.5. Meanwhile, Ayoub half a corner ahead, a 1:18.8. So 1.6 seconds separating those two in terms of lap time. But again, you'd expect the LX6 of Ayoub to be slightly faster in terms of pace than the RAC. I think Ayoub again, I think, was Ayoub behind the Team Rock Racing car? Or has he again stopped? Because we know, I think everybody apart from Roni is committed to 2 pit stops in the LRF class. Roni in the lead is the only car, at least in the LRF class, not to stop more than once, as he sets a personal best 1 minute 18.6.
I think they both stopped twice, but of course Abe had a far longer stop to make. So again, Abe's going to have to come past a F5, which I think he's done about 30 times today, would you say, Jack? I think it's about that. I think he must be getting totally fed up with this.
So we'll keep an eye on Roni, because we know he's now setting personal best laps and personal best sector times. You'd assume that car is, well, we've not seen personal bests from people in a while, so you'd assume that a lot of that fuel has come out and the car's running as light as possible, so we might see him commit to the pit lane in a few laps' time. Chooses to stay out at the moment. Of course, this car not on lap 119. The leaders are, though.
or eye in the sky. Elmo says that Ronnie has to make a 191-second stop.
Well, that's an incredible amount of time. The minimum is 228, so he's not really served an incredible amount of time. And it looks as though Team Rock Racing somebody. Can you just double check if they are on the same lap now as number 72 car crosses the line? Are they on the same lap? Because there's a current 25-second difference between the number 72 the number 72 Team Rock Racing car we're currently focused on in P2, and the number 96 car that's just rounding turn 5 onto the back straight in the LRF lead at the moment.
Yeah, so it's oh, Inferno just going to join the spectators. Inferno's joined the spectators. What's happened to her? Well, does that change the championship? That must change the championship. That does change the championship,
yeah.
I wonder if he's rolled.
I'm not quite sure. We missed that. So, Cruise Guard currently out of the race, and all they needed to do is finish in P2. So, it looks as though if they don't return to the track, I'm not sure. Of course, if they can, they're going to be a lap down. Will that give them enough points, or can they even return to the track at this stage in the race? Unless it's a retirement for other issues, maybe hardware issues or connection issues. But it looks as though if the Akagi Red Suns stay on track and the Cruise Guard car stays in the pit lane and retires, looks as though what was almost definitely in the bag for Cruise Guard now hands the championship to the Akagi Red Suns.
Absolutely disastrous for him. Does he realise he could restart? I don't know.
Yeah, I think as far as I know, if he returns to the track now, he will be awarded the laps he's completed back -1. Of course, he would lose the lap he was currently on when he spectated, which would put him again about a lap and a half down if he rejoined immediately. The longer he waits, the more time he basically hemorrhages to everybody else.
As an FYI, Ronnie is over a lap ahead at the moment. I don't think it's enough to make a 90-second pit stop and come out ahead of the TRR car. 190 seconds, sorry, yes. That's 119. 190. I don't think he's got enough time in that. I think he's around about 10 seconds off from how I can kind of work out based on where he is in the track, which does mean we're in for an interesting finish.
It does indeed. So, well, we have a little bit of time to reflect on lap 121 of 160. Let's see if we can have a word with the man behind the wheel of the number 20 car, Mr. Fetch. Drag him into the commentary box. Hello, Mr. Fetch, are you there?
Hello, can you hear me?
Hello there, how are you doing?
I'm doing alright actually.
It's not bad, we see you currently sat in P5. Few
Yeah,
retirements
you said it
out of
last
this
week,
race.
Pete.
How are
you said it
getting
last
on
week,
here?
top 5.
Yeah.
Doing alright.
That's good to hear. We're going to jump on board for a lap. I don't necessarily expect you to commentate, but yeah, talk us around this lap if you want.
Well, basically, coming up to the first turn, lift off a little bit for this right-hander, as you can get a bit caught out. Brake, drop down 2 gears through the right-hander, put the power down mid-corner, then bring yourself over to the right of the lap, brake, drop down a gear, maybe a couple, just try and get the traction. Short shift a little bit to get the traction on the exit, and then follow the track round, go to the left, hard on the brakes, swing it in, drop down a gear for the left-hander, go to the right, use all the width of the track. Same here, go all the way to the right of the track, bring it in, 3rd gear, right to the exit, use the curb a little bit, you can do that. And then basically flat throughout this straight, about 6th gear, you can avoid going 5th.
How's this braking zone into turn 6 for you? We noticed that the
Very
track drops
bumpy.
away. Yeah, it's incredibly bumpy, of course. We're not running the chicane here at Blackwood historic reverse.
Yeah, that would have made it a lot harder. I went a bit deep into that corner because I didn't judge my braking zone that well. But then flat out as well, going through. And that's the lap of Blackwood.
And I think some of the chat's giving you a few tips as well. They want you to try and maybe rev the gearbox out a little bit more. Try not to downshift.
Rev it out a bit more.
Yeah, try not to downshift any earlier than you are. Don't want you to get any engine damage that you won't be able to fix, but yeah.
Alright.
You might be able to get a bit more out of, well, in terms of torque and power, if you rev the gearbox out a little bit more before you shift up. There might be some time in there as well. But yeah, we could get you a job here.
I wouldn't mind that, to be honest.
All the best for the remainder of the race. Hopefully we can have a little bit of a chat with you after the fact. Thanks for coming and chatting with us.
That's alright, thank you much. Thanks so much, Pete.
All the best. See you later.
See ya.
I'm getting mistaken for Pete, but I'll let him off. He's got a race to do.
I don't know who that's insulting more.
He'll probably notice when he watches this back, but it's okay. I'll take it as a compliment. I've been doing everything. I've been doing Pete's job today. Pete's usually the stream director, and every single stream we've done for Sim Broadcasts up to this point, Pete's been the man behind all the cameras as well as lead comms for the majority of the series that we've covered. Tonight is my first night in the driver's seat of this stream, so you can blame me for the double transitions and the crap camera angles. I'm doing my best, guys.
we know that Pete is strolling around like what was the who was the driver just as a kid? I've forgotten. Lacko.
Hungary.
You know that Pete is just strolling about his house or wherever he is just now, watching this broadcast like Lacko would have been at when his daughter was being born in the hospital. Because this is Pete's baby. This is Pete's baby. And Pete's gonna be angry if things go wrong. Pete's gonna come down on us like a ton of bricks in a Discord that none of you can see. And I guarantee Pete will be angry after this if things go wrong.
Well, we're doing our best, and at least I've got you, Chris, to help me clear the airways. Don't know what I'd do if I had to do 3.25 hours of commentary just for a race on my own. Of course, we've got Tilo Falkenberg and Chris McElroy in our ears, or at least in Chris's ears, if I could figure out a way to keep my phone connected to Discord, as they like to feed us bits of information via Whisper, but regrettably, I can't have my whispers being picked up, otherwise you guys on the stream would hear the same thing.
Yeah, you might have heard my whispers earlier. I do apologise for that. I'm very old and TeamSpeak doesn't make sense to me anymore because I haven't used it really in the last 7 years. So setting up whispers is a challenge for me these days. Speaking of challenges, when you were discussing with Mr. Gears with Mr. Fetch, Pete, I went back and looked at what happened to Inferno, and I think he had a wheel issue. He was coming into the final corner and he was braking. He seemed to be on the back straight. He was moving from side to side. I don't know what was going on there. It was like something wasn't working on his wheel. And when he came to brake, it just suddenly seemed to just lock up on him, and he joined the spectators. I think he was having issues. Perhaps that explains why he dropped off the pace earlier in the race.
Be indeed the case. We'll keep an eye on him as we approach 160 lap marker. So it's currently 8:43 PM UTC +1. The race kicked off at 6 o'clock, so we're about 2 3/4 hours elapsed into this race. Maybe 45 to 50 minutes remain, and the championship looks like it's all been decided, with regrettably the number 75 car of Cruise Guard retiring from this race around about 5 or 10 laps ago. We'll run you down the order really quickly once more, but again you can see on screen there's only 9 cars left in this race, and it looks as though the Akagi Red Suns are going to take the checkered flag if they can just keep it on the road. They currently sit in P number 1 and have a nice sizable lead of, well, it says at least on my timing information that it's 27 seconds to the car in P2, which is Climbs, but again I don't know if they're on the same lap as the leaders, or at least approaching the same lap as the leaders, or whether, you know, that 27 seconds is 27 seconds plus a lap. So Climb's currently sitting in P2 in the number 7 car, Google Hop Racing Team. Looks as though Climbs and Cozzy, again, both sharing the seat time in that number 7 car. Choosing the UFR this time around. Master Race Cars, Michael, Free Candy Racing at the moment though, the number 47 machine. Currently sitting in P number 3. Born to Race a Scattle in the UFR in P number 4. And then the gent that we just spoke to a few seconds ago, Mr. Fetch. I'll be nice to him even though he called me Pete. He's currently sat in P number 5 and rounds out the current runners in the NGTR class. Moving on to the leader of the LRF class, currently P6 overall and P1 in his class respectively. Just about to lap the number 4 car of Datafy, the only RAC remaining in this race, in P7 overall and P2 in class we have the number 72 Team Rock Racing FZ5, both driven by somebody and nobody. You can see somebody is the person in the driver's seat at the moment. But honestly, these guys never failed to amaze me. Even the Takahashis, we've just got used to saying their actual names through all the other series that they're involved in, and they throw 2 Takahashis and then a somebody and nobody at us. As if we're meant to just know who they are all the time from a username. But I think you get the gist. Everybody that watches these streams week in and week out, everybody on the grid and in the community really know one another, so yeah.
I think it's because they heard I was coming back to some commentary this summer and decided to all change their names to Virtually Impossible Things because they must have seen back in the day when they were kids, annoying little children, my attempts to say ridiculous to me sounding names. They're not ridiculous. What I mean by that is things I can't say because I'm dumb. Here we are, all summer, just like finally learned how to say Lagutskas, so Takahashi.
Next time, I tell you, they'll have tongue twisters. Each car, one will be red lorry, and then there'll be yellow lorry, and then there'll be green, and then we'll have to read off the order, and I'll have to try and not, make mistakes. But yeah, we do our best here at Sim Broadcast, and we'll carry on down the order. So in P8 and P3 overall, the very final step on the podium in the LRF class currently sits Born to Races Ayub in the LX6. And then P number 4 in class, and 9th overall is the number 4 car of Data Fight. Again, has just been lapped by your class leader, Race Green Autosports Roni.
Just since we are entering the final stages of this race, I think it's time to page Germany. Thilo Falkenberg, race director, how are you today?
Dancing. Yeah, it's been a really interesting race in many aspects, and I think it's going to stay interesting. Not so much for the championship, as sadly this has been decided pretty much already. Because either way, Takahashi is going to score more points than Inferno would have, or would. So in that direction, the overall championship and the NGT championship are decided. There might be some outside chance that Climbs could eventually make it for the drivers' championship, at least a little bit closer. But this has to be calculated afterwards, to be honest. Meanwhile, the more interesting part might be the LRF class. We have about 30 laps remaining. And Ronnie still has to do his long pit stop. But somebody and Ayub are on the same lap. And Ayub has to catch up to the FZ5 for the class win. Also, where's Ronnie going to end up?
Yeah, we know Ronnie's got to serve, did we say 190 something seconds of minimum pit stop time when he comes into the pits to complete his second and final stop. Again, he currently sits in P6 overall, leading the LRF class, just leaving turn 5 now onto the back straight. The leaders are on lap 130 of 160, so we've got, again, about half an hour of racing remaining. Maybe just a little bit more, with the lap times averaging for the leaders around the mid 1 minute 14 mark. But
well,
the pace difference between the Kagi Red Suns and Climbs, for example, for Google Hop Racing Team is night and day. They are over a second and almost a second and a half faster per lap than the man in P2.
Yeah, that's why Climbs is actually 1.5 laps down to Takahashi.
It's a very long race though, and I mean, we didn't expect the Cruise God car, the number 75 solo entry with Inferno behind the wheel, to retire from this race without rejoining. I wonder if anybody's had a chance to speak to him. Maybe anybody in chat might have any more information on maybe the reason why he not disconnected, but spectated and retired from the race without joining back. Because if I'm right, Tilo, was he able to rejoin the track and have all his laps -1 rewarded back to him? Would that have been enough for him to rejoin and still score enough points to take the championship at the end of the checkered flag?
That is totally correct.
So potential. I mean, the only way I can see the cruise guard car, the number 75, that was sitting in P2, ready to take the championship when the checkered flag dropped, not return to the track, is because of a potential hardware issue. I mean, there's been multiple occasions, maybe where he's not been directly involved, but he's been in the same race as people that have had issues and rejoined. So
Ronnie to the pits.
it's weird how he didn't realise he would be able to rejoin as we run on board with Race Green Autosports Roni as he attempts to get it slowed down nice and in time for the pit lane speed limit line. Of course, these road cars choosing to tailor a gear to the speed limit of the pit lane, as they don't have an actual speed limiter built into the car. Uses a nice pit box halfway down the pit lane, and he's got to stay stationary for a long time, so we'll keep an eye on Team Rock Racing's somebody in the number 72 car, currently in P number 2. One of you gents can kindly keep an eye on Roni. We'll switch back when he returns to the track and see how close these two are, and if there is a change for the lead in the LRF class. So how's your job been today, Tilo? Only 9 cars left on track. Have you been as busy as you had in the prior rounds?
It's been a different kind of busy. In the prior rounds, there were simply so many cars on track that the on-track action really took all the focus. This time round, there was a little bit of preparation for results and stuff like that I could do alongside the race. But yeah, the less cars are on the track, the less work to do in general, except for the occasional noting of what lap everyone has joined the spectators or left the server.
So that's one lap that the Team Rock Racing car has been able to claim back, whilst Roni still sits stationary in the pit lane. You can switch the camera over and see that he's still in there, and that is a position change, so it looks as though the Team Rock Racing car is now up into P6 and Roni's down into P7. So Roni's got, well, the remaining however many seconds he has left to serve, and then he can get back. But again, I think the gap is just a bit too big, that in 27 laps I don't think he's going to get that position back. So brilliant effort from the Team Rock Racing FZ5 to be in the net lead of the LRF class, 134 laps deep, at least for the race leaders, that is. Of course, the LRF class is inherently slower and have been lapped a few times, so. And that's Ayub as well has gone through. So Ayub now up to P7 and Roni down in P8. That's 2 positions Roni's lost out in this pit stop.
I feel like he's staying there for longer than he needs to. He's been in 2 minutes. Okay, the eye in the sky is telling me 3 minutes. Okay.
Well, yeah, it will be just over 3 minutes, 190 seconds. 180 is 3 minutes, so 3 minutes and 11, 12, however many seconds. It's going to be. I mean, he might even lose a position out to Datafy. Again, Datafy, not sure if he's on the same lap as Roni now. I can hear the revs on Roni's car. He's getting ready to set off. Where will that bring him out? The Team Rock Racing car again has a lap on Roni now. Ayub into the final corner as Roni takes to the pit lane exit. So Roni's got about 4/5 of a lap to catch Ayub back up for track position in the same machinery, and only being a second a lap faster, there's not enough laps for him to make that time up before the checkered flag drops. But it looks as though unless Ayub is going to catch up to Team Rock Racing FZ5, and the gap is just under 30 seconds with 25, 26 laps remaining, if he can average over a second a lap, just over a second a lap, Eyre might be able to take the lead away from the FZ5 in the dying moments, but I think Roney has sealed his fate on the third step of the podium by waiting to serve his minimum pit stop time later on in the race. Of course, he could have served it earlier. If he still does the lap times that he was doing, he would ultimately end up in the same position at the end of it anyway, but it's just a lot clearer if people serve their minimum pit stop times earlier on, at least for us commentators.
Scuttle is to the pits for his 4th pit stop.
So currently, Scattle has stopped the most out of everybody, and then it's Mr. Fetch in the number 20 Boom Garage car with 3 stops. Everybody else currently in the race has stopped only twice. And again, the fastest lap of the race, held by the number 75 car that ultimately retired about half an hour ago, has not been beaten. The fastest lap of the race set on lap 47, a 1 minute 13.93, but we're getting closer. The Takahashis that we're currently focused on out in the race lead last time around, about 4/10 shy of the current fastest lap. Again, as we get closer to that 160 lap marker, just before the checkered flag drops, you'd assume that the car, at least in the race lead, would tailor its amount of fuel to however many laps it needs to complete, and as that fuel comes out, as the tank is almost empty, that car will be as light as it possibly can, and we might see a late attempt at claiming the fastest lap. But across the line this time, the Takahashi, the Akagi Red Sun number 1 car, sets a 1 minute 14.18, so again we are just shy of just over 2/10 away from that fastest lap. So currently the fastest car on track, massively in the lead, and will take the championship at the end if positions stay as they are. All they have to do is get to the end. The Akagi Red Suns will be crowned champions of Open Endurance Cup 5 after 4 grueling rounds. Very close on the apex of turn 5 is the Akagi Red Suns, and the FCR car number 47 of Michael Malik there, just tucking into the slipstream of that FZ5 of the Team Rock Racing car. You'd expect that car to have the legs on the slight on the tiny UFR as we get towards the end of the straight, but we'll run on board with the race leader. You'll see how much their little UFR will close up in the braking zone and into the apex of turn 5. As you can see, the Team Rock Racing car kindly yields the inside line for the race leader. We look down from the chopper cam into turn number 1 as the car in 3rd place runs into the back of the FZ5 ever so slightly on the exit of turn 1 there. Still, the move has not been made by turn 2. Going to try it round the outside maybe. Chooses better and commits to the inside, which again then turns to the outside for the right-hander of turn 3. Has the position and the overlap done and can commit to the apex of turn 3 and 4 nicely. So the gap between Ayub and somebody has now dropped to 26 seconds. So that's about 2 or 3 seconds less than it was a few laps ago. Ayub currently lapping about half a second faster than the car ahead. He needs to be consistently just over a second a lap faster than the Team Rock Racing car in P6. It is just approaching the final corner if he's going to take first position away in the LRF class before the checkered flag drops. But I'm seeing that Team Rock Racing car now has missed the apex for turn 6 twice now. I know, of course, last time around he was making room for the Akagi Red Sun car, but how are the tyres looking on that number 72 FZ5? Because it looks as though the back end's struggling in terms of traction. Of course, we know it's a boat. You can see he's got the back end out massively around turn 1. And the revs are quite low, at least from what I heard there. Is he trying to keep those rears under temperature, under control?
Yeah, they're burning up quite considerably, especially the right rear. Throughout this stint, so it's been a very oversteery stint. The Team Rock Racing guys in our Twitch chat do believe that Abe is not catching enough time to be able to catch somebody in the lead, somebody not nobody. But yeah, he is struggling with those rear tyres at the moment. It looks as though that they're way over peak temperature that I'd expect at this point. But there's not much you can do in the boat. Once the boat decides to drift, it drifts normally into the harbour wall. So yeah, he's got a hard task over the next 26 laps, is it?
I think it's just about 20 at least for the race leaders, and I've just noticed there's another variable as well. Of course, the leader of the NGTR class is about to start lap 140 of 160. These LRF cars are again, of course, slower than the NGTR car, which means they will complete less laps. So when the NGTR classes have to complete 20 laps, you'd assume that would probably be about 18 or 19 laps for the slower class cars, which means that Eyre, who currently sits in P7, has to be considerably faster, about 1.3 to 1.4 seconds a lap faster than the FZ5 in order to catch and potentially overtake before the checkered flag drops. Now the gap again is down to under 25 seconds now, 24.9 seconds. And with the leaders of the NGTR class having to do 20 laps, the LRS will have to do around about 18 to account for the time differences between the two classes. Eyre has got to make up 25 seconds in about 18 laps, so someone wants to do some quick maths to get the exact figure and the exact delta that Eyre needs to hit every lap in order to not only catch up to the FZ5 that currently sits in the race lead of the LRF class, but to get in front. It's going to be a monumental task. And just for context, Team Rock Racing, somebody currently behind the wheel of that number 72 FZ5 in the lead of the LRF class, did a 1 minute 19.3 last time around, and Eyre needs to do about a 118 dead, and he's currently doing 118.8, so he is around half a second faster, and the gap is coming down, but just not enough for the remaining time we have.
Yeah, he needs 1.4 seconds, but that FZR, I know that Team Rock Racing are saying it, tyres are under control in the chat, but it's drifting around in turn number 1, especially at the moment. It's really not looking very happy with its very brown tyre. Not looking very happy. They've got enough time in hand just to be able to just ease up, because as you say, Eyre is not fast enough at the moment. Last time he did
Eyre last time around a 118.99, so only 3.5 tenths faster. Needs to be that and an extra second in terms of lap time faster than the car ahead of him. But we currently ride on board at least from around the end of turn 1, turn 2, as we approach turn number 6 now on the back straight. We're going to stay on board with the FZ5, and you can at least see the steering inputs, the amount of opposite lock that somebody currently behind the wheel of that 72 car is having to input in order to keep that car in a straight line. Of course, we know the FZ5 being rear-engined, notoriously understeery on power, notoriously oversteery on the brakes. So as he wrestles the car around turn number 1, not a huge amount of lock being applied, but again, it's a different story when you get on the power. He's been very hesitant, using again all the runoff on the left-hand side of turn 1, all the AstroTurf on the outside of turn 2. Seems nice and controlled. Hopefully he's got those temperatures back under control. Last time around a 1 minute 20.04. Eyre again a 1 minute 18.91, so 1.1 seconds. This is almost the kind of times that we need to see, but again the gap just 23.5 seconds. It's not enough for Eyre to currently dethrone the Team Rock Racing car from the top step of the podium in LRF class before the checkered flag drops.
No, I think from here Team Rock Racing just need to remain smooth and consistent. Their tyre is getting a little bit better after that wobble in turn number 1, but if they can maintain this sort of pace and they can't improve to his pace that he was doing earlier in the race, then it's looking quite good for Team Rock Racing and their boat on wheels.
So just looking through the grid, there's a few cars at the moment that were at least a lap ago set in personal best sectors. Climbs with a personal best sector 1 last time around. Still about a second off the leader's pace. Last time the number 7 car managed a 1 minute 15.2. Meanwhile the Akagi Red Sun's out in the lead at 1:14.2. So very much in command of this race, the Kagi Red Suns have been from start to finish. We saw the Cruise Guard car before ultimately retiring, at least having a somewhat battle with the number 1 machine. So regrettably, this is the part of the race where we don't necessarily expect people to get any closer. The majority of the grid have already committed to their final pit stop, and with just 16 laps remaining, not a lot left on the table. So I'm just wondering, is Mr. Fetch and Born to Race a Scattle on the same lap? Because the gap is only 2.83 seconds, and I noticed that the Born to Race
Scattle
car
is,
has currently stopped an extra time than Mr. Fetch, but yeah, is there a lap between the two, Tilo?
There are 2 laps between the two.
So a potential move, but not for position. It looks as though Mr. Fetch is the faster of the two. Maybe not if the last lap is anything to go by. Of course, the UFR, we would say, is the faster of the two in the NGTR class, as Scattle makes his way around the man in 3rd place in the LRF class, Ronnie, in the LX6. And just look how little time it takes for that UFR to take off into the distance. Of course, the UFR on slick tyres, way more of a race car than the LX6.
This lap, Eyre again, about a second up on somebody, but it's not enough at the moment, it doesn't feel like.
Yeah, I think the last time I glanced at the timing screen, I think the gap was down to about 21 seconds, but again, we're approaching 14, 15 laps to go. He needs to be considerably faster if he's going to even close up to the back of the FZ5 that currently sits in P6 overall, and the race lead in LRF. So now, I guess, gents, we just wait until the lap counter ticks all the way up to 160. Roughly 3 hours and 15 minutes of racing time here at Blackwood Historic Reverse. And to say the amount of cars on track, it's been quite a spectacle. Thank you to everybody who has joined us so far. And if you've been here from the start, congratulations. I say this every stream, but it's always nice to see the same familiar faces in chat. We've got quite the community now in Sim Broadcasts, and yeah, we've only been going since April. It's brilliant to see that we have, you know, consistent numbers, and we can put on a bit of a show for you guys every time we go live.
And now we know that we've got 2 Pete Butchers as well, so very useful going forward.
I'll tell Pete I've replaced him. He is redundant now. No, Pete is enjoying some well-deserved time off. Of course, he has been the guy, like I said before, behind the cameras for every single stream that we've done so far as Sim Broadcasts, and I mean, it's only really been possible for me to be the person in the driver's seat in terms of the stream, because luckily I upgraded to fibre optic internet about 3 weeks ago, and I've been waiting for that since, I want to say 2014, 2015, back when I was in college and I did an IT course, and I was like, I need the best internet, and we realised
you don't live in rural Scotland, so you can't say anything about that, trust me.
I can. You know Nick, right? Remember Nick? He lives on an island and he has fibre. He is like the only person on that island that uses that internet connection. He had fibre optic before I did. The most damning thing as well was the fact that both of my neighbours either side of my house were able to get fibre optic. However, my property, for some reason, was wired directly to the exchange and not via a cabinet, which meant I could not get fibre optic. So I've been on a waiting list for a long time to get a new cable and a new line installed to my house in order to enable me to even have fibre optic. But now, look at me, in the driver's seat for the Sim Broadcast channel. I get to click all the camera buttons. Look at all the camera angles we've got. You ready? So, moving through. Got the rear cam, then you can see from inside the car as well. Just the camera angles to break at this point. There we go, the interior view. And then we've got a roof
You
cam.
you won't be able to see this, but Elmo's ripping the Mickey out of your fibre optic internet, just so you know.
Elmo's allowed. Again, himself and Pete and the other guys, you know, behind the scenes at Sim Broadcast have built the whole streaming software that we utilise to bring you guys the racing that we do from the ground up. And the blood, sweat and tears that they've put into getting us to where we are today is way more than I've offered in terms of commentary time. But again, I don't know how Pete does it. You know, I probably sat down yesterday about midnight, spent about 8 hours going through all of my different settings in OBS, trying to set up different scenes to make my life a little easier before Pete was doing this all manually, muting different sources and working with the director and commentating at the same time. It's just impressive, because I'm struggling. And I've made it easier for myself.
I remember when back in the day of multi BC, Thilo.
Oh dear.
Lord.
Oh dear.
Oh Lord. Oh no. We used to use multi BC. They were the German or Swiss. I think they were German.
It was a German company. Yeah.
Yeah. And what was it? It was computers. You could log into computer 1 or computer 2. And they wouldn't tell you till the day which computer you were on, and sometimes they get it wrong. So you'd be trying to log into the wrong computer just before the race start, and then it would freeze, and then it would... Oh, there were some other bugs, weren't there? The TV director kept breaking on their computer from memory as well, Tilo.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. It wasn't much fun back in the day.
No, it wasn't, and I don't know what software they used, but they didn't use TeamViewer, but something else that was also not that reliable.
I mean, then if I think back to the early days of LFS before I got really properly involved, or just in broadcast in general, if you look back and some of the OGs out there might remember the Mooney incident in Masters of Endurance with who was the commentator again? I've forgotten his name. Shouting, "Mooney! Mooney! No! Mooney!" as he went to the gravel trap, but all you can actually see is not very much, because at that exact moment I think their TV director broke, so instead of seeing Ray Mooney crashing, you got basically a piece of grass, and it looked as though it was being recorded in a potato.
A single blade of grass.
It was bad, yeah. It's on YouTube somewhere.
Yes, and that's also something very amazing, that we have so many streams, and if they are recent-ish, even high-quality streams on YouTube right now, because back in the time, basically there were the raw files shared on some FTP server, but there was no way to distribute it out to the masses, because YouTube back then had this 10-minute limit for everyone. So either you went through the 3-hour race and cut it into 10-minute pieces, and then the newest invention was that playlists were suddenly a thing, so you could actually do that properly. Otherwise you would have to post 10 or 20 links to the single parts into the forum. I guess there are still some places before the 10s begun that still features some of those live stream recordings.
Yeah, there are. I mean, I guess that Deco Jester, Jonathan Palmer's, and probably the original New Dimension TV one as well. That probably is stuff like that. I'm sure
Yes,
there's
definitely.
still Dropboxes out there with stuff we haven't uploaded, but I guess there's no point in having stuff like that anymore. And we probably lost access to them. I can vividly remember Phil Diaz and Deco and yourself, I'm pretty sure, would have been involved as well, spending hours and hours after races trying to actually get stupid things to upload properly to YouTube.
Yes.
Yes.
Because
the
back,
old times.
yeah, the old times when you really had to have this uploading window be the one active, otherwise the upload would crash. Oh, Delta-Phi for a third pit stop. Oh,
So
he
when you're
refueled for 4 seconds. So
A little bit of a splash and dash there. 4.06 second third pit stop for the man in P9 overall and 4th position in the LRF class. He rejoins just ahead of your current race leader.
that's too bad, because otherwise he would have nailed the pit stop time by 7/10. By the way, the car with the best minimum pit stop usage is actually Michael Malek in the 47 Free Candy Racing car. He was just 4/10 of a second that he took more than the minimum time.
Michael currently sitting in P3 on his way to set a benchmark and a well-deserved podium in the NGTR class. Another person I keep my eye on at the moment is Climbs, currently in P number 2. He's set personal best race times for the last 2 laps consecutively. A 1 minute 14.44 last time. Bit slower this time, a 1:15.15. But not quite anywhere near where the Takahashis are. Although the Takahashis, again, having to deal with a little bit of traffic, at least at the start of lap 153, but at least, again, through turns 3 and 4, last time around we're a bit hindered. They're in the 1:15s as well. Keeping an eye on the gap between Ayub and Team Rock Racing Somebody, you can see that the FZ5 currently navigating its way through the left-hander of turn 4, and Ayub currently approaching turn 3, which is the right-hander before turn 4. The gap between those two is around about 15 seconds, and there's only 7 laps to go. So again, I think the gap might be under 10 seconds when the checkered flag drops, but Ayub just not able to hit his delta times in the later stages of the race in order to get himself into a position where he can capitalise and maybe take the checkered flag in the LRF class. It's now just a case of counting down the laps as they tick by. We're about to start lap 154 of 160, so 7 laps to go. So again, we'll jump on board with the number 72 FZ5 in the lead of the LRF class at the moment. We'll see how they're managing their tyres. We know at least one of the rear tyres was heating up a little too much, and we noticed that the number 72 car missed the apex for turn 6 a few times when we were looking earlier. Looks as though everything's back under control now. They're able to hit their marks. The gap currently 13.49 seconds between the FZ5 navigating through turn 1, just getting overtaken by the Gum Garage car. I heard a little bit of a contact there, maybe went into the curb on the inside, flash of the hazards there from the number 20 Gum Garage car. But Ayub currently navigating through turn number 1 now, gap down to 13.67 seconds. Again, I don't think it's going to be enough to take away the race win before the checkered flag drops, as the leader currently on the back straight, just over halfway around lap 155 of 160. So when we get to the line, 5 laps will remain. And all the Akagi Red Suns need to do is get to that checkered flag. And I say that's a big task, but that's all Cruise God had to do. The solo entry with Inferno behind the wheel of that number 75 car would have taken the championship in the end. However, a retirement just before, I think, the lap 100 mark meant that the Akagi Red Suns will take the championship here. As Michael sets a personal best lap, a 1 minute 15.01 last time around. And again, nobody's set a fastest split or lap since lap 95. Ooh, Michael getting a little bit wide out of turn number 1. Able to get it back on the track, just had to lift a little bit. Couldn't stay on the power with slick tyres and a front wheel drive car. You'd have been in that barrier a bit faster. Able to return and carry on as if nothing happened. Meanwhile, the gap between Ayub and Team Rock Racing somebody down to 12.1 seconds. Last time around, the Team Rock Racing car at the end of the straight on 1 minute 20.2 on 1 minute 18.7 for the car hunting down the leader of the LRF class. But it is going to take a mistake from that FZ5 to change any positions before the checkered flag drops. So we'll stay with the race leader and we will jump on board for the very final lap in just a few moments time. But while we're here, again, I'll scroll through the standings again so you can see exactly where everybody sits coming into this race. You can see the individual drivers championship at the moment. The other Takahashi, not the one behind the wheel of this car at the moment, sits in the lead with Inferno, who ultimately retired from this race, sitting in P2. Of course, again, these are individual drivers championship. You can see the current driver of the Akagi Red Suns is going to take the checkered flag, hopefully, if things go well. He's currently sat in P7 in the individual drivers standings. Plenty of drivers to go through though. We've got 3 pages of entrants, 44 drivers in total. Moving on to the teams championship, you can see again it was all to play for coming into this round with the Akagi Red Suns and Cruise God, as well as LFS Hungaria, who regrettably didn't make this round. Of course, understandable reasons. All 3 of those were fighting for the championship coming into this race, but it looks as though the Akagi Red Suns, being the only car in the top 3 still in this race, will take the checkered flag and the championship. 36 teams in total in Open Endurance Cup 5. And then we move on to the individual class standings. So you can see in the NGTR, the Akagi Red Suns and Cruise God out in the lead on very similar points in terms of the rest of the grid. But it's a different story when we move over to the LRF results. You'll see LFS Hungaria absolutely dominating the rest of the competition in terms of points. They will take the championship for the LRF class, and they don't even need to be present for this race. They did all their work in the 3 rounds prior to the finale here. Blackwood Historic reversed, and LFS Hungaria in the number 99 LX6 won every single race so far, apart from this one.
And let's be honest, he also won with the birth of his daughter.
Yes, he did.
So on this penultimate lap, it looks as though the Akagi Red Suns are still absolutely sending it. Last time around, a 1 minute 14.03. That's exactly a 10th shy of the current fastest lap set back on lap 47 by the number 75 car that ultimately retired.
What do you think of rolling the final lap?
What a spectacle. They'd probably just end up rejoining and still probably winning if Climbs is still a few laps back. So, the final corner for the penultimate time. Let's jump on board with Kei Takahashi for the Akagi Red Suns. And let's enjoy this final lap. I'll talk you around. So all the way over to the right, or as far as you can get over to the right in order to straight line the left-hander, well, the initial left-hander of turn 1, using again all the run-up on the left-hand side and the right-hand side before you load it up into turn number 2. Trying to get all the grip available. You want to run as far out wide as you possibly can. And again, look at that. Look at the purple number. Takahashi did go faster that last lap. They have taken the fastest lap away from Inferno. A dominant performance, so they're going to go even faster this lap. So far, not a purple split number 1. But it doesn't matter because they have the fastest lap in the bag, and all they need to do is navigate the very final corner, which is turn number 6. Ayub still ultimately 10 seconds behind the number 72 car of the Team Rock Racing FZ5 as the Akagi Red Suns navigate the final corner for the final time, side by side now. And they take the checkered flag to win
If
the
only
very
that was a
final
drag
round.
for the actual, if only they were on the same lap and that was a drag for the race for the Lime team first and second, eh?
If only. It looks as though, of course, the Akagi Red Suns have classified first. Couple laps down, number 7, Limes and Cozzy will Google Hop Racing Team finish P2 here at Blackwood. Historic reversed. Just waiting for the rest of the cars to cross the line.
Here comes somebody out the final corner.
It's the Gum Garage car of Mr. Fetch.
And Team Rock Racing, somebody and nobody take the checkered flag in LRF. Good result that for an FZ5. I didn't think they'd have the pace even with the pit stop advantage, but no, they did. Drove a very calm race. Ayub, I think, was the fastest overall, but because of the restrictions here on pit stops, I was always up against it, and somebody and nobody drove really well today.
Yeah, really happy for the Team Rock Racing car in the FZ5, which is arguably the one of the least favourites in the LRF class to, again, ultimately take the checkered flag. As we see the remaining cars across the finish line to populate the grid order. So in, I'd say no particular order, but in race finishing order, we have Akagi Red Suns take the checkered flag in a dominant show of just raw pace, really, to take pole position, I believe, at the start. Lead the majority of the race, barring a few laps when they were battling. And again, with the nice two-stop strategy, finish a couple laps ahead of the number 7 car, Google Hop Racing Team in P number 2. Free Candy Racing's Michael Malik in P number 3. Born to Race Scattle in P number 4. We've got the Gum Garage car of Mr. Fetch, number 20 in P5. And then the podium, at least for the LRF class, first place goes to the Team Rock Racing entrant of Nobody and Somebody in that FZ5. A great display of determination to get that car onto the top step of the podium with less than 9 seconds, 8.9 seconds separating first and second in the LRF class at the checkered flag. Born to Race's Ayub in P number 2, just not able to hit his deltas towards the end of the race in order for him to really get close and take first position away from the Team Rock Racing effort. In P3 for the LRF class, we've got Race Green Autosports Roni in that green LX6 just approaching the camera now. And then we have the number 4 car of Datafy, the RAC, in P9 overall and P4 in class. So gents, what a race. How would you guys sum that up?
I think that it's a shame that what happened with Inferno, because that was a very, very close battle. But Takahashi was clearly in a league of his own in the end, and by doing fast lap in the second last lap, proved that. In LRF, I think you can feel slightly aggrieved, but a great drive from the SR Team Rock Racing. Less carnage than I expected with lapping. The lapping was actually really, really good. And yeah, a fitting way to end an interesting season. Congratulations to everybody. Congratulations to the organisers, and I'm sure we'll back for number 6 in some point next year.
Yeah. First of all, thank you to everyone out there. It was again a blast to organize this series. I mean, I come here from the organizer's standpoint, and yeah, it was nice to revive the series, and this was only possible by the great help from New Dimension Racing, especially Jonathan Palmer, Decker Jester, for the server. Of course, also for the help by the whole Sim Broadcasts team, especially by Elmo, who was in the background, not only feeding the country booth with information, but also helping me out with the minimum pit stop times and things like that. And yeah, also to everyone who was involved in the championship. I had nice chats with Lacko about the balancing. I found mistakes in the whole algorithm, thanks to talks to Kit and to Trespasser. And it was also a very nice experiment to use these minimum pit stop times for balancing the cars. And of course, thank you especially to you two tonight, to Chris and to Jack. And also thank you to Pete, who is somewhere sitting there on a sofa or something and relaxes.
Yeah, I think it's about time.
I don't think he's relaxing. I think he's relaxing. So, Tilo, do you want to go through, or shall I go through this document you put into Discord? I'll do it then. So, provisionally, the team's champions are Akagi Red Suns with 39.8719 points. Runners up are. Oh no, you just want me to say a difficult name, Tilo, don't you? Google Hup Racing Team finished second ahead of Cruise God today after Inferno's unfortunate demise earlier on in this race. Ahead of Jack's favourite team, Free Candy Racing, coming fourth, ahead of LFS.HU in fifth position, with Launch Racing in sixth, War Faction finishing the seventh position, with Born to Race finishing in eighth position, Launch Racing, the number 88, in ninth, and completing the top 10, Regen Motorsports. And so congratulations to everybody who took part. There were 40 teams, as Jack's alluded to, that took part this season. And I think that everybody, and the races I've certainly seen, I've seen 3 of them, 2 from the booth and 1 from actually watching the stream. I think everybody can be very proud of the season. And I think it's been a good expedition for everybody on Sunday evening when there's not been much else to do during this difficult year that everybody's having.
In a minute, so I'll get ready for some questions.
I think that it's always good to have distractions from the way that the world is at the moment. So we're about to bring in some interviews, I think, Jack. Are they pretty much ready to go?
Yeah, I think we'll try and chat to Michael first. So, Michael, are you there, my friend?
Hello.
Hello, congratulations on your podium today. Sum up your round for us really quickly.
Well, it was a little boring for me because I felt in the performance gap between other competitors. So third place is pretty much gifted for me because a few guys ahead of me had some problems or disconnected. But otherwise, I'm quite delighted to finish on podium again. And especially that I enjoyed the whole Open Endurance Cup.
Well, don't take anything away from you because people further forward had issues. You managed to get to the end without making too many mistakes, and I think I speak on behalf of everybody here at Sim Broadcasts and everybody watching. You deserved third place, so you can be kind to yourself and your fellow competitors, but I think you deserve some credit for this. So congratulations for P number 3. Usually I'd ask you how you're looking forward to next round, but with this being the season finale, what's next for you in terms of racing?
Well, actually, I don't know, but I will attend any endurance event that comes up within the For Speed community, so it's someone else's job to host it.
I have a question about your skin there, Michael.
Go ahead.
We've been discussing it at great length today. What was the inspiration behind it? Because it's such a beautiful skin. Jack thinks it's his favourite in the field. What was the inspiration behind it? We just need to know.
There's no real life inspiration. I mean, from my personal real life, but I think I like to have something funny or unusual on my car. So this was the choice for this Open Endurance Cup. I will pick something different for the next cup, whenever it is. So I hope you'll be entertained again.
I hope it's got some form of Comic Sans somewhere, because I just love that film.
No, you love the candy. You love the thought of the candy. Let's be honest.
Well, the
Jack.
candy is great, and the fact that it's free is just a bonus. So, thank you for the laughs that we get.
Yeah, I love it, and hopefully see you soon in the next Endurance Cup.
Yeah, we hope that you're in at least a few more of the broadcasts that we cover, and all the best for your future endeavours, Michael. Take care.
See ya.
Okay, we're going to talk to Climbs now. Hey there, Climbs.
Hi there.
Hello, how did you find the season finale, and congratulations on P2.
Oh, very well. It's a good season for us. The first 3 races with some problems, but now it was a good race. The first podium.
Yeah, you ran about the top 3 for most of the race there. It was an interesting battle with Scattle until he had a few incidents. So you were thereabouts the whole race, it felt like to us.
We were just talking about how close you and Scattle were battling throughout that race. How do you feel about that?
We have lots of battles in the first stint, and I'm very happy to come to P2 again, the first stint, to overtake Jose. They give the car.
I'm going to take that as a no.
Okay, sorry.
It's okay. I was just saying, with the season coming to an end now, what's next for you in terms of racing?
Next field?
Next race, anything? Anything coming up in Live for Speed that we might catch you on a broadcast? Are you interested in any of the other? In the any other series that we cover, like the Team Not Racing Championship, or
I
we'd
like
see
this
you on the grid there?
I like this series, and we will drive to this series again when it comes again.
Yeah, hopefully there's an Endurance Cup 6. Anything in the works there, Tilo? Wait until next year?
We wait for better players to make announcement about that. Not at the end of the...
No, of course. But no, congratulations on P2 there. Where does that leave you in the standings?
Second into... Yep.
It didn't. We will take them, okay? Okay, that's crazy. Okay.
But it looks as though, Cruise God with that DNF puts you into second place on points as well. So congratulations for a second place championship.
Thanks a lot. I'm happy.
All the best for whenever we see you next. Take care.
Okay, thanks. Can see you.
See you. and we'll probably have a quick chat with Mr. Fetch. How was the remainder of your race?
Oh, it was brilliant. That one is for Antoine Hubert, the person who I'm dedicating this race to.
It's a very kind gesture.
Literally, I'm running a special livery for it as well. I got a Racing for Antoine sticker on my car.
If I can quickly grab that on stream.
All right.
What's next for you then, Mr. Fetch? Where will we see you next?
I haven't actually got any leagues planned, to be honest. Probably just gonna do some races. I mean, the team that I'm with, Gum Garage, have got some events in October, moving to December as well. So
that's good. Are you interested in any of the other series that we broadcast week in and week out on Sim Broadcaster TV? Anything like the Team Racing Championship interest you?
Not really, because I don't really come on to Live for Speed to be competitive. I just like to come here for some fun, really, and I don't really go for race wins. I just come here for a bit of fun.
Well, if I could say this, if you have a look at any of the coverage from the Teamwork races, obviously the races are every week, and I think, to be fair, that's one of the most laid-back series we cover.
All right.
It is weekly though, so depends how interested you are in
competing,
I guess. But yeah, I hope you're happy with your race
Super
finishing
happy.
position.
Yeah, you said it last week. Hopefully next time is the top 10, and guess where I am?
Well, you're fifth, top 5, even better than what I wanted you to do, so I'm happy for you, mate. Did you gain any track time by revving?
Yeah,
a bit
I
higher
did.
Before you changed up? That's good.
Yeah, I did. So thank you so much for everyone in chat for suggesting that.
It's all right. You can learn a lot from watching other people, of course.
Yeah.
As a driver, I like to size my opponents up by following them on track. See if I can maybe break a bit later. Or the only other tip I might have for you is try to use a little bit less lock.
Yeah.
I noticed you were like almost 270 degrees of lock.
Yeah, I realised that.
And that's when you're going to cook your inside fronts.
Yeah.
But I'm seeing progress and I'm happy, so congratulations.
Awesome, thank you.
Number 5.
Thanks so much.
Wrap things up now, and hopefully I get to have a chat with you at some point soon.
Yeah, that's fine.
All the best for the future.
Thank you.
Right, so ladies and gentlemen, that basically sums up Open Endurance Cup 5. Thank you for joining me and Chris Ford alongside Tilo Falkenberg and Elmo, who's been the voice and the text chat in my ears somewhat throughout the race. Thank you for everybody for joining us week in, week out like you do. Of course, we'll be live next time on Tuesday. That is the 1st of September for Team Rock Racing round 8 million. Whatever we're at next. I think the next round of Team Rock Racing Championship is round number 32 from Aston Club Reversed in the XFR. So very similar machinery as to what we had here today. But from, I don't want to sign off on everybody else's behalf before we've had any final words. So is there anything that you gents would like to add before we say goodbye?
Just thank everybody for having me again.
Well, I wouldn't have been able to do this without you, Chris.
Fun.
3.25 hours. I can barely talk English. Never mind keep
there's
a competent stream chat going for as long as the finale has been here today.
There's now IndyCar to go and watch. Everybody. Apparently, Paul Tracy swore in a broadcast, and that's something we didn't do today. So we're beating the professionals.
Well, I've not stopped the broadcast yet, so there's still time for me to make a mistake. But hopefully not. Pete should be somewhat proud of me today. Hopefully. And yeah, again, thank you for you guys joining me in the commentary box and trying to make this as seamless as we possibly can. So again, yeah, thank you to Elmo and Pete and Deco and yourself, Chris, and everybody at Sim Broadcasts for, giving me the opportunity to sit in the driver's seat for the finale of Open Endurance Cup 5. Thanks for everybody for watching and the drivers participating. Congratulations to the Akagi Red Suns for taking the championship individually and in the NGTR class. Oh, sorry, in the teams and the NGTR class, you know. Brilliant prospect for them to, you know, be as far up in every race that we've had so far. And hopefully Open Endurance Cup 6 is going to be as good as this one. So from myself, Jack Eyre, Chris Ford, Peter Butcher, who couldn't be here today, but I'm sure is still watching eagerly, waiting for me to stop streaming so he can sigh with relief. I say goodbye from everybody here at Sim Broadcasts, and hopefully we'll see you again soon. Take care.